Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Mappas, with Phantom entering as the heavy favorite. Phantom holds a significant 61% edge in their lifetime head-to-head match history. You know, it's really interesting to see him start slower than expected, given that historical dominance. It will be a struggle to see if he can shut down the early momentum Vortex has built. Phantom takes a narrow lead, but Vortex is fighting back. He's really putting that #1 rank on full display. He is simply too fast right now, claiming another effortless victory. His recent form is truly frightening, putting up a 36 record today. Absolutely crushing it now. That's 4 straight for the favorite. He just can't stop him, with Phantom deleting the opposition from the ramp to take his 5th straight. This momentum is becoming overwhelming as he storms his way to a 6-round streak. The world's best player is absolutely locked in. He just won't let up, extending the lead to a commanding 7 rounds. Vortex is really having to fight for his life here. A desperate scramble of a round, but he manages to outlast the opponent to reach 8 straight. He seems to have fully recovered from that loss on Dunes. Vortex manages to answer back with a clean trade, keeping himself in the game. Vortex has a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear that this sudden surge of confidence is translating into a real threat right now. He needs a few more of these to actually put a dent in this lead. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. Well, it looks like the odds were wrong on this one. Since the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat, he just needs to keep the pressure up to secure the victory. Phantom is nearly home with a strong 9-4 lead. It's a familiar story with the top-ranked player proving his class. Vortex claws back a bit to make it 5-9. He's proved he can outplay the top seed before today. Vortex is on a roll now and is making this look like a much tighter contest than we expected. He's just not letting up now, digging deeper to secure his 3rd straight victory. He finds a way to punish from the ramp, halting the opposing surge. He's certainly using that high ranking to stay composed under pressure. He's putting on a real exhibition of skill right now, simply refusing to let the underdog breathe. The top seed is really exerting his will here. Vortex is holding his own, just securing a sharp victory from the ramp. He's continuing that trend from their meeting yesterday on Dunes. A sharp response here, putting him just 1 more round away from victory. A brutal piece of aim to secure that lead. Unbelievable reflex to close this out. Phantom finishes the series in style. The #1 seed just refuses to let the game get away from him. He really knows how to close out a map. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Phantom are facing off on Italy with the heavy favorite looking to maintain their dominant streak. Phantom holds a massive lead with a historical win rate of 63% across his career. That dominance usually translates into confidence, but he's definitely looking flat after that opening round. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually push this set. Ignis is absolutely on fire, leading 2-1. It's a surprising start for the number 27 seed. Things are staying incredibly tight here, as these two are trading rounds back and forth. Unbelievable. That was a complete slugfest and he barely closed out the victory. Total reversal from their last head-to-head encounter 16 hours ago. We've hit a deadlock with both Ignis and Phantom tied. The top-seeded player finally looks like he's finding his gear. Phantom pulls ahead just a bit with that 4-3 lead. The top seed is really making his presence felt here. We're seeing some incredibly fast reactions tonight. These exchanges are happening almost instantly. Phantom edges ahead, holding a narrow one-round advantage. Back to a stalemate as Ignis levels the playing field. A massive climb for the 27th seed to keep this level. Phantom managed to hold his ground from the wine, staying just ahead in this battle. The top seed is certainly taking control of the tempo. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he isn't running away with it yet, but he is keeping his grip on the map. This is a very steady start for the world number 1. Time to see if Ignis can dig in. Phantom secures a slender edge at 7-6. The world's top-rated player is finally feeling the pressure. Phantom has the staggering historical head-to-head lead over Ignis. It's a crushing weight for Ignis to carry when he's already struggling to keep up to date. He really needs to find a way to break this pattern. And we are dead even at 8 apiece. He's really fighting against a tough recent run of form. It is becoming a really tense battle, and this narrow gap is keeping everyone on edge. Phantom's really pulling away now, leading 10-8. He's coming into this with a massive 31-6 run over the last day. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life to keep this momentum shifting his way. He is truly showing why he holds that number 1 spot. Ignis manages to claw back another round, showing some real grit to keep this series alive. He's refusing to let this slip away easily. A completely effortless kill there, putting him just 1 point away from the victory. Game over! He shuts the door right there to take the victory. He definitely earns his spot at the top of the rankings with that performance. Ignis put up a fight, but he just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast reflex shots. Welcome to the arena. We've got Vortex and Ignis stepping up, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Vortex secures an early lead with a quick duel on the ramp. His heavy head-to-head advantage continues to show early. He's making that verticality work for him, simply outclassing Ignis right now. His previous victory over Ignis seems to be weighing on the match. Unbelievable. He practically dies in the process, but still manages to clear the Tetris for a third straight win. He's just untouchable right now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. That class difference is on full display right now. Ignis finally answers back, tracking and eliminating him from the boost. A hard-fought battle for a player sitting 27th on the ladder. Vortex keeps the pressure up, snagging another quick win from the ramp to extend his lead. Ignis has certainly had a rough go of it throughout the day. Vortex has typically looked dominant with an 82% win rate in their historical matchups. It's interesting to see Ignis showing some resilience here despite that gap in quality. Now we just have to see if he can actually maintain this momentum. Vortex is just cruise controlling with a commanding 6-2 lead. He's certainly not making it easy for himself after that close call with Phantom. Vortex is just not letting up, putting on a show from the ramp as he continues to pull away. The higher rated player is simply too consistent for him. Both players traded heavy shots here, but he holds on to keep the streak alive. The top 3 seed is really asserting his authority here. We'll be right back with more action from the arena after a very quick break. And we are back live in the arena with Vortex leading Ignis 8-2. He cleans up the exchange and shuts down the ramp for another fast win. He's putting on a clinic despite that tough loss to Phantom earlier. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we expected it to. Ignis just hasn't found any answers for the third seed's accuracy so far. Time to see if Ignis resets. He's just completely overwhelming him right now, barely giving Ignis any time to breathe. A truly tough 24 hours for Ignis, struggling to find any wins today. A really sharp reaction from Ignis, taking out the defender right off the box to keep things interesting. It's a surprising turnaround, and we're seeing a genuine spark of life from Ignis right now. That's certainly a surprising shift from the way this day started for him. What a surge! He secures the top ground on the Tetris to keep the streak alive. This is completely unexpected, given the massive gap on the ladder. Vortex holds the momentum and puts himself just one victory away from the win. He keeps his composure precisely when he needs it most. Game over! He shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. He just didn't let up, and now he's looking to bounce back quickly after that rough loss to Phantom. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are taking over Orange today to see who comes out on top. Phantom is the clear favorite with a career win rate of 63% over thousands of games. It's interesting to see Vortex jumping out to an early lead despite the historical gap. We'll see if that initial confidence translates into more rounds. Phantom claws back the lead, now sitting at 2-1. He's played very clean today with 30 wins already. They are trading everything back and forth. This is turning into a real toss-up. Despite the numbers, he's looking very comfortable out here. Vortex strikes back to seize a 3-2 advantage. Vortex is really showing he can hang with the world number one. Absolute deadlock now. They're completely tied at 3-all. That's exactly why he's holding the top spot on the ladder. Phantom is starting to build some real momentum here as he pulls away. His 36 record over the last day really speaks for itself. Absolutely oppressive speed from the favorite, and he's now putting together a 3-round tear. Vortex manages to put a stop to that run, narrowing the gap to just 1. He's definitely feeling the pressure of the top seed right now. The overall head-to-head record is heavily skewed toward Phantom, who holds a massive lifetime lead in their shared history. You know, it's clearly starting to weigh on Vortex as he struggles to keep pace in the mid-game. We'll see if he can find a way to shake his opponent's confidence. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we expected from the top-ranked seed. He's just far too strong on this particular map. Let's see how Vortex responds. Phantom is just dominating, cruising toward a 9-4 lead. It's a familiar result given their long history together. Vortex finally scores, cutting the deficit to 5-9. He's definitely putting his top 3 ranking on display. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, just not letting Vortex get any breathing room. It's a tough spot for the number 3 seed to climb out of. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny sliver of health. His recent 80% form is starting to look like a wall. A completely untouched performance to put him on the verge of victory. The gap in their skill ceiling is becoming apparent. And there it is, Phantom closes it out in style to secure the victory. He's looked untouchable in this series, and it shows why he's sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Welcome to Redline. We have Ignis taking on Phantom, though the heavy favorite looks very strong today. Phantom looks incredibly sharp, taking full advantage of that high ground on the Tetris to get the early lead. Phantom is just too fast for him, effortlessly picking him off those boxes. The gap in ratings is definitely starting to show here. Another clean sequence from the Tetris as he pushes the lead to 3-0. He's really looking like the best player in the league right now. He manages to shake him off the ramp, putting a serious grip on this match. Just another chapter in a tough history for Ignis. Absolute perfection from the leader, who refuses to let an opening slip. The head-to-head history is really weighing on him today. Ignis finally answers back, winning the trade on the ramp to secure his first round. A nice bit of breathing room for the rank 27 seed. Ignis just pulled a huge play, catching Phantom right off the Tetris as he continues this surge. A huge shift in energy for the number 27 seed. Phantom is putting on a clinic today with an incredible 36 record over the last 24 hours. It's just a relentless pace that has basically defined his entire day. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. A total shutdown from Ignis, who continues his rally with another flawless round. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the favorite. He is really turning the tide now, closing out the round with a flurry of shots. A total reversal of the expected script we saw going in. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the top seed is in charge, which is exactly what we expected to see. He'll want to shut down that late momentum Ignis built before the side switch. Let's see how the reset feels. He just can't be stopped right now, picking off his opponent from the ramp with ease. He's making this a real fight now. Unreal. He keeps this charge going and we are completely deadlocked at 7-all. Just a complete flip of the expected dynamic. Phantom clawed back to a narrow 8-7 lead. It's a familiar story as the top seed takes control once again. And we are completely even. He secures another round from the ramp to bring this back to a deadlock. A quick reaction there to keep the pressure on. Phantom cleans him up from the ramp, extending the lead to 9. The overall dominance he's held in their head-to-head matches is staggering. The ramp has basically become a death trap for Ignis lately, as Phantom just keeps winning those head-to-head battles. What a fight! Ignis manages to scrap through that exchange with a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. Absolute chaos in that encounter, but he walked away with the round. He's putting some distance between them again, making it very hard for Ignis to keep pace. Phantom shuts down the comeback attempt from the ramp and now needs only one more to end it. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, securing this one from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's just refusing to let the game slip away. He pulls another one off, managing to clear out the ramp to keep this fight going. What a finish! Phantom closes the door and secures the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit this time, making the top seed earn every single point. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on Mappus to see who can claim the victory today. Vortex holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, having won over 80% of their previous encounters. It's surprising to see him start on the back foot given how consistently he's beat Ignis in the past. Let's see if the higher seed can actually find his form here. Ignis is really cooking, leading the series 2-1. Looking at the ladder, the gap in skill is usually much wider. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life there, clawing back into a dead heat. He's really starting to look like the favorite on the ladder. He just shuts things down from the ramp, claiming his third straight round. Ignis has been struggling today with a tough 332 record. Vortex is simply on fire right now, outlasting the exchange to claim a 4th consecutive round. The gap in the ladder is really starting to show. Ignis answers back quickly, keeping his health high while denying the extension. Surprisingly, he's the one with the better history on this specific terrain. Vortex is really starting to leverage that top 3 rating here. Well, seeing how he's managed to steady himself, it's clear the higher skill ceiling is becoming a problem for Ignis. It'll be a steep climb for the underdog to find a way back into this. A complete wipe for the underdog, keeping this series well within reach. A clean exit for the challenger, securing a vital point. Vortex is running away with it, now leading 7-4. The top 3 spot on our ladder is starting to feel earned. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5, and honestly, the favorite is in control, though it's been a bit closer than most expected. He'll want to keep that pressure up as the sides switch. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Vortex keeps pulling away, now pushing his lead to 8-5. His recent 2015 record today shows he's staying sharp.
Vortex is just dominating, moving to a 9-5 cushion.
He's simply faster in the air right now. He just blasts him right off the blue to extend the lead. He's really starting to look like the dominant force we'd expect. He keeps the momentum soaring, securing a massive win from the ramp. He's really putting that rank 3 status to use. A ridiculously fast flick puts him on the edge of victory. Total control from the front. What a finish! He survives with a sliver of health to close out the match. The map history didn't mean a thing today. He just completely shut the door on any hope for a comeback. Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Fast Aim today to see who comes out on top. Vortex earns the early lead, capitalizing on that high ground from the ramp. The heavy favorite is starting off a bit slow here. Vortex is just reacting faster right now, catching Phantom on the ramp for another quick point. He just can't find an answer for those shots from the toolbox. He's really feeling the pressure despite being the best player on the ladder. Phantom answers back with a sharp reaction to get himself back into the game. Exactly the kind of composure we expected from him. Another effortless round for him, quickly narrowing the gap to just one. He's definitely finding his footing after that shaky start. Phantom completely flips the script, picking the opponent off the ramp to bring the series level. The gap in the rankings is really starting to show. He's completely taken control of the server, storming back to seize the lead. Vortex puts a stop to the run, bringing the tally back to a dead heat. Everything is on the line now with that total reset. Vortex keeps the momentum moving, catching Phantom right as he stepped up the ramp. The A-list status is really being tested right now. A gritty exchange that ends with him securing the level score. Both of these guys are playing at a world-class level tonight. A fast clash atop the ramp, and it's another quick one for the comeback artist. The higher seeded player is simply outclassing him right now. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, the outcome matches what we expected from the top seed today. Phantom's superior map stats are keeping him right in this fight. New side, let's get back to it. He quickly deletes the target of the wine box to maintain his lead. He's looking far too comfortable in these server conditions. He shuts down the rally instantly from the toolbox, showing real grit to pull ahead. Vortex is really fighting for every single point right now, proving he belongs in this match. He stays aggressive from the window, picking off the opponent to maintain a 2-round edge. A completely untouched response there to put the pressure right back on the opponent. The skill gap is becoming a wall for the underdog. He just keeps moving forward, simply blasting his way through another opponent on the ramp. He's just completely unstoppable now, edging closer to a huge victory. He is playing exactly to the standard of his top 10 ranking. Unreal. He barely claws through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health to keep the dream alive. What a relief for the underdog to stop that bleeding. And there it is. Phantom finishes him off with a clean shot to close out the series. He just looks too sharp today, easily defending his top spot on the leaderboard after a dominant showing. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Ignis taking on the top-seeded Phantom in this match. Phantom typically wins nearly 90% of their encounters together. It's a crushing historical advantage that should make this a straightforward series. The big question is whether Ignis can actually turn things around after that opening round. Phantom is really starting to control the tempo here, utilizing that high ground to keep the pressure on. That matches his dominant form across the board today. Phantom manages to outplay him from the box, extending the lead to 3-1. He's mirroring the form he showed in their latest head-to-head encounter. Ignis pulls it off, clearing him off the Tetris to keep the score close. He is certainly trying to shake off that rough start to the day. Phantom just pushed his lead to 4-2. The top-seeded player is really asserting his authority here. Phantom keeps the edge with a tight 4-3 lead. A surprising look at things for the current #1 player. Ignis has really been struggling lately, coming in with a rough 3-31 record over the last day. It's clear that the mental toll of those losses is weighing on him in this set. He needs to find a way to steady himself before the gap becomes insurmountable. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's fighting an uphill battle against the highest rated player on the ladder. Ignis has clawed back to a dead heat. A complete shift from that narrow loss earlier today. A completely untouched exchange, and that marks another victory for the underdog. Hard to believe he's this far off his usual pace today. We've got a 6-6 deadlock here, and honestly it's a shock to see Ignis keeping pace like this. Given the huge ranking gap between these two, the underdog is punching way above his weight right now. Fresh start for both players. A real battle for the high ground there, and Phantom just came out on top. The world #1 is finally finding his footing here. Phantom takes a commanding 2-round cushion now. His recent run of form is looking completely believable right now. Phantom secures another victory from the box, putting an end to that brief comeback attempt. He's absolutely rolling now, picking up another effortless win to keep the streak alive. Just a glimpse of the consistency he's showing across the board today. He manages to secure the kill from the box, taking full control of the server now. Ignis puts a stop to that momentum by picking him off the Tetris. He's certainly showing more grit than he did in their previous clash. A blink and it's over. Phantom reacts instantly to push himself to the verge of victory. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door right there and closes out the series. He's just too sharp right now, especially after the way he dominated those mid-game exchanges to secure the set. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Ignis really stepped up there, picking off Vortex right as he pushed up the ramp. A surprising start for the player, sitting at rank 28. Vortex comes back into the lead, using that ramp to get the better angle this time.
The historical dominance in this rivalry is definitely starting to show.
Vortex has truly owned this pairing, winning 82% of their total meetings. That historical dominance is clearly weighing on Ignis, who has struggled to find any consistency today. It will be a mountain to climb for the underdog from here. He just keeps pushing the advantage, picking him off heaven for another win. A quick reaction there, keeping the deficit to just 1. His win today is a breath of air after a rough 3:32 stretch. Vortex holds a strong 2-round lead over Ignis. He's clearly showing that the rank-free experience. Vortex is just cruising now, leading 5-2. Both players are coming off tough losses to Phantom today. He takes absolute control from the boost, extending his lead to 6-2. He's really looking back at that 13-5 result from earlier today. Ignis manages to trade back around, bringing the score to 6-3. He's really fighting against that lower rank tonight. Vortex really played that perfectly, pulling the trigger from the ramp to take down Ignis on the box. He's putting up a strong showing throughout this long session. The contrast in their recent activity is staggering, with Vortex putting up a 2016 record today. It's making the gap in their momentum feel even wider as Ignis struggles to find a solution. He really needs to flip the script before this gets out of reach. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead. Right, things are unfolding exactly as we anticipated, with a 56% win rate on the arena. He looks far too steady for Ignis to handle. Let's see if Ignis adjusts. Vortex is putting on a masterclass, now leading 9-4. He looks just as commanding as he did in their prior meeting. Unreal, he claws back the round from the box, surviving with a mere 2 HP after that brutal exchange. The composure on that final spray was incredible. A completely unscathed round for Vortex, and the momentum is swinging back in his favor. Ignis is really struggling to put up any resistance here. Absolute perfection from the favorite, putting him just a single round away from victory. It's been a tough day at the office for the underdog. That's it. He closes out the series with a final burst to secure the win. He looked completely untouchable in that second half, simply outclassing his opponent from start to finish. Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep a strong streak going. Phantom enters this match with a stellar 36 record today. It's clear that the top seed is playing at an incredibly high level right now. He's looking to keep that momentum rolling against the top 3 opponent. Phantom is just dominating, putting Vortex in a deep hole. The current top seed on the ladder is simply too sharp. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just too fast for Vortex right now. He's completely ignoring the pressure right now. Vortex finds his footing and secures a flawless response to keep the score tight. The underdog is starting to put up a fight. Phantom's firmly in control with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's simply proving why he's the top player on our ladder. Phantom keeps pushing, now sitting comfortably at 5-1. Unbelievable. He barely survives a war of attrition to take the fight to Vortex on the wine. A massive gap in lifetime match wins separates these two. Vortex quickly cleans up the angle and knocks him off the wine. He's certainly showing that he belongs in the top 3. Vortex is really heating up, quickly picking him off the wine to bring this set closer. Phantom has dominated the head-to-head history between these two over thousands of encounters. That historical edge seems to be a mental burden for Vortex today. The gap is wide and it's feeling that way now. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. The underdog is making this look easy. He's currently playing better than anyone expected, and he's really utilizing that 66% map win rate to stay on top. Time to switch things up. He just won't go away, continuing his push to close this gap. He's definitely keeping the pressure on now. The momentum has completely flipped in this set. Completely level, he's showing incredible grit to pull this series back to a dead heat. Neither player is letting the other breathe now. Absolutely crushing, he just outreacted his opponent to pull ahead by 1. Vortex is simply unstoppable right now, using that high ground on the wine to extend his run to 4 straight. A quick answer there to hold the run. Expectations are shifting as the favorite starts to claw back. Phantom gets the better of him again, clearing the wine to take control of this set. His general record over 15,000 matches shows a much steadier hand. He's completely denying the favorite now, refusing to let this lead slip away. A high-stakes clash between two of the most consistent rifles in the league. Another effortless grab here as he continues to outpace the favorite to secure an 11-9 lead. We've reached a total deadlock here, with neither side able to pull away for more than a round or 2. Vortex is putting on a clinic, stepping right into the lead with just 1 round left to play. Phantom reacts instantly to stave off the defeat and force this deep into the final stages. What a finish! Vortex refuses to break, closing out the set with an absolute stunner. He really dug deep to overcome that massive historical deficit. Phantom just couldn't find a way to close the door. What a match! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off, though the top-ranked Phantom enters as the clear favorite. Phantom looks incredibly sharp after finishing the day with a strong 29-7 record, and that confidence is likely carrying over into this match. He's dominated this specific matchup for a long time, so Ignis has a mountain to climb here. He's simply too fast right now, effortlessly picking up his third consecutive win. He's just untouchable right now, taking a huge lead to 4-0. His dominance in the head-to-head history is on full display. The momentum is simply overwhelming as he secures a 5th straight victory. It is just a crashing mirror of their last encounter. Finally, a response from Ignis, who shuts him down quickly to get on the board. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that rough run of form. Phantom holds the high ground and recovers immediately to extend that gap. He's clearly playing like the top seed in the world right now. Ignis is fighting a massive uphill battle given that Phantom wins nearly 90% of their head-to-head encounters. I mean, the current score still strongly favors the top seed, but he's not letting the lead slip without a fight. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep picking up these scattered rounds. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 7-3. His current rank at the top of the ladder is showing. Ignis is really picking up a lot of ground here, refusing to let the match slip away easily. He's certainly fighting through a tough slump from the last 24 hours. We're heading into the break with a score of 7-5 in favor of Phantom. Well, the number 1 seed is keeping his lead, but the gap is narrower than we might have thought it would be. Switching sides, time for the restart. Phantom is pulling away again, leading 8-5. The skill difference is evident as we move into the second half. Phantom is coasting now, comfortably sitting at 9 rounds. Ignis is refusing to just roll over, taking another round to keep himself in the game. That was a grueling back and forth exchange, but he manages to survive the trade to keep his momentum going. The underdog is showing real grit to close the gap. Phantom still has a 3-round cushion with a 10-7 lead. He just won't quit, taking another clean round to bring it back to 8-10. The gap is finally starting to close. He's not letting up, putting together another perfect sequence to keep the pressure on. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit and we are all square at 10-10. The momentum has completely shifted in the underdog's favor. A sharp response here to regain a slender advantage. The top seed is starting to reassert his control. A clean finish here, putting him just a single round away from victory. It's just the kind of result we expected coming into this one. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final sequence. He had to dig deep to stop that comeback, but he ultimately held his nerve. What a battle! Welcome to the red line map. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off to see who comes out on top today. A really fast opening exchange right there. Both players were pushing the ramp, but Vortex was just a fraction faster. Vortex holds a massive historical advantage, winning 82% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear that the head-to-head history usually screams one name here. We just have to see if Ignis can actually push through that psychological wall today. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, things are heating up. He's really leaning on that top 3 rating right now. Ignis is really fighting back today. This is a much tighter series than we normally see from these two. A total stalemate now with both players tied 3-3. His recent form is a contrast to a brutal 10-loss streak. Vortex just pulls ahead with a narrow 4-3 lead. Vortex is definitely keeping up the pace from his 13-11 victory over Phantom. A total shutdown as he clears those boxes out for a 3rd straight point. His opponent is really struggling to get any traction today. Unbelievable. He almost didn't make it out of that scramble, but he secures a 4th straight point. He's really making that massive rating gap felt right now. Ignis just shuts that down, picking the opponent right off the ramp to keep this climb going. The favorite is starting to feel a bit of pressure now. The momentum has shifted completely as he keeps the pressure on moving into the final round of the half. Vortex holds a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the higher seed is comfortably in the driver's seat as the odds suggested. He'll look to keep that control as soon as they switch sides. Let's see if they can swap momentum. He's showing some real grit here, effortlessly shutting things down to pull within 1. He is proving he can hang with the higher seed. Ignis secures another win from the Tetris boxes, bringing the series to a dead heat. Total reset of the scoreboard as we head toward the final stretch. He's on fire. Ignis has completely flipped this script to take the lead. The script has completely flipped on the odds for this one. Vortex answers back instantly, bringing this total deadlock back to 8-8. Vortex edges ahead once more, claiming a 9-8 lead. His recent 21-15 record is really starting to show here. A patient fight that finally broke open, giving the momentum back to him for another clean win. That 3rd place ranking on the ladder is really starting to show. Ignis refuses to back down, clawing another point back to keep this fight alive. He's proving he can stand toe-to-toe with the class of this field. What a response! He just refuses to let the door close, locking this set back up at 10-10. The underdog is looking more comfortable by the minute. Vortex is really tightening his grip on this series as the pressure mounts. A precise strike from Ignis levels the playing field at 11-11. It's an absolute toss-up going into these final frames. Absolute chaos on the ramp as he narrowly escapes that exchange to move within 1 of victory. The favorite is fighting through the noise to reclaim a slim advantage. What an absolute stunner. He shuts it down completely to force overtime. Both of these competitors have purely different styles of play. Vortex just needed 1 strong push here to wrap this up. He's showing a huge gap in class compared to the 28th rank. Vortex is really putting the hammer down here, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's just completely taken over now, securing his third straight win to move within striking distance. The gap between these two in the rankings is feeling very apparent. And that's it. Vortex closes out the series in a huge way to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every inch of ground in overtime to get this one across the line. What a match! Welcome everyone! Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto Dunes today to see who takes the win. Phantom is currently operating at a huge advantage with that 29-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing a lot of confidence into this duel. I want to see if Vortex can find a way to shake his confidence before the momentum completely shifts. A total shutout so far. He just can't be stopped right now. The favorite is asserting himself early. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another clean frame to keep the pressure on. The top seed is certainly making his presence felt here. Vortex puts an end to the run, picking him right off the box. Phantom still holds a commanding 5-1 lead here. The top seed is really putting his rating on display today. Phantom has a significant historical advantage, winning over 60% of their previous meetings, and that long-term dominance is translating perfectly into today's series. He's really reminding the number 2 seed who owns this rivalry. Phantom is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 7-2. The absolute best player in the league is simply too sharp. These last few exchanges have been an absolute blink, and you miss it a fair. He's making a strong case for that number 1 spot right now. Phantom keeps the pace, climbing up to an 8-3 lead. He's certainly fighting to get back to that 13-11 victory they shared earlier. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, he's completely flipped the script here. Everyone expected Vortex to take control, but Phantom is actually fighting like the underdog who wants an upset. Time for Vortex to wake up. Vortex claws back, but still trails 5 to 8. A tough spot for the favorite as the momentum swings. Phantom secures another one to push it to 9-5. Phantom is leaning into a strong 65% win rate on this specific terrain. Vortex is starting to put on some serious pressure here, making this a much tighter fight than it looked earlier. Phantom's firmly in control with a 10-6 lead. The rank 1 player is simply in his element. Phantom keeps his foot on the gas, easily picking him right off that elevated spot. Absolute efficiency here, he's completely stopped the comeback and now sits just a single round away from victory. Vortex manages to snag another one, keeping his hopes alive for a bit longer. He's playing out of his skin despite that shaky start. He refuses to go down easily, surviving a fierce exchange to stay in this fight. He's definitely fighting back after that rough start. He's on fire right now, grabbing a 3rd consecutive frame to keep this dream run going. He's just not slowing down, powering through another frame to keep this charge alive. The lead is shrinking fast as he continues this charge. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. Vortex almost stole it with that late surge, but he just couldn't find a way to shut him down in the clutch. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Phantom are ready to go, though Phantom enters as the heavy favorite today. Phantom came out of the gates hot, holding that high ground on the box to secure the first lead. He is definitely showing why he's the top seed on the ladder. Ignis just can't find a way through, and Phantom is making it look effortless with those quick rounds. Another flawless take from the box, and the momentum is firmly on his side. This looks just like their last encounter on Blame Orange. Ignis finally answers back, knocking him right off that box. It's a good reminder that the underdog can still bite. Phantom has completely owned the history of this rivalry, winning 89% of their head-to-head meetings. It's a massive statistical mountain for Ignis to climb. He's really struggling to find a way to break through that wall tonight. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 5-2. Still a huge gap to bridge against the top-rated seed. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Phantom is just too quick on the trigger. Coming off a tough 12-16 loss against Vortex earlier today, Phantom's just widening the gap to a 6-3 lead. A massive target on the back of the top seed right now. Phantom holds a commanding 7-3 advantage. He's been absolutely relentless in his appearances today. Unreal. Ignis barely scratches through that exchange, surviving a total shootout to claw back around. We've got an 8-4 lead for Phantom. Everything is playing out exactly how we expected heading into this match. He's just too consistent for Ignis to keep up with right now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom manages to shut him down on the ramp, keeping the pressure high. A rough patch for the underdog, having dropped his last 10 matches. Phantom manages to hold that ramp position, and it's looking like a very long road back for Ignis. He is just continuing a dominant day with a 37 record. Ignis is refusing to go quiet, taking that round while perched up on the ramp. He's playing a tough matchup against the #1 rated player. He is really putting on the pressure now, claiming another high ground trade to stay in the game. Simply untouchable right now, he's just steaming through this run. A complete reversal of fortune as he keeps clawing back. Phantom quickly shuts him down while he's perched on the box. This total control matches the gap we see on the ladder. Phantom shuts it down quickly from the ramp, moving himself within reach of the finish line. The gap in their current forms is really starting to show. A huge stop by Ignis, who manages to drop the favorite right off that boost. That was a sharp read to find him in that spot. That's it. Phantom secures the final blow from the ramp to close out the series. He's really putting on a clinic today, looking completely untouchable in this series of matches. Welcome to the show. Vortex and Ignis are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex gets a great start here, using the ramp to take an early lead. Ignis is really struggling to find his footing early on. Vortex is boasting a massive historical edge here, having won 82% of their head-to-head meetings. It's a staggering gap that completely matches the momentum we're seeing early on. The pressure is really starting to mount for Ignis to find an answer. Vortex is cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. Tough break for a player coming off such a brutal run today. Ignis is refusing to back down, keeping this series incredibly tight. Ignis is really stepping up here, clearing him out from the ramp to bring things level. A surprising turnaround for him, considering that deep losing skid lately. Vortex barely clings to a slim one-round advantage. Exactly what you'd expect from a rank 3 player. Vortex is really leaning into his superiority today, sporting a strong 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's an impressive pace that puts a lot of weight on Ignis to make something happen. We'll see if he can actually find a way to slow this down. He is completely taking over, using the ramp to secure his 4th straight victory. He keeps it rolling, finishing a strong run to head into the break with a 5-round lead. Ignis has had a brutal day on the ladder. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as predicted here. The higher rated player is simply too consistent, especially after that 5-round burst of momentum. Fresh start coming up. Ignis is really putting on a show now, taking control from the toolbox to put 2 in a row on the board. He's certainly digging deep after that 12-loss slide. He's simply refusing to quit, putting the pressure back on as he shuts him down on the ramp. The gaps are closing fast for the favorite. Vortex halts the momentum, pushing his lead back to 9-6. Looking back at their last match on Redline, it felt very similar. Vortex is flexing his muscle again, extending to 10-6. The ranked 28 spot is feeling the heat right now. He just can't stop the bleeding as he manages to pick his opponent off the wine box. He's looking completely outclassed by his opponent today. Ignis manages to trade out from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. His current daily record of 233 makes this a huge fight. Vortex quickly settles back in, picking his target from the wine box to put himself on match point. His recent wins over the field are starting to look like an omen here. Ignis puts up a fight, taking the round with a perfectly placed burst. That was a quick response to keep the dream alive. Incredible resilience, Ignis fights his way back to hold the bricks and take the round. Absolute guts to keep fighting back from such a deficit. Boom! Vortex closes it out with the final blow to secure the victory. He really proves why he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard, taking care of business just like he's done so many times before. Welcome to Orange. We have Vortex facing off against Phantom to see who can claim the win today. Phantom is entering this duel with an incredible 36 record over the last 24 hours. That kind of form usually makes him a nightmare to deal with. Now we have to see if Vortex can shake him off his game today. Phantom takes a narrow lead, putting the pressure on Vortex. Vortex is showing why he's one of the top 3 on the ladder. These early rounds are flashing by. Phantom's reaction time is just on another level right now. Phantom is just dominating, cruising with a massive lead. He's really showing why he's the best player on the ladder right now. He's completely taken over the server now, extending his lead to 5-1. Vortex finds a clean answer here to disrupt the momentum. He's completely unbothered, putting together a second straight win to keep this rally alive. It is starting to look like the underdog's day. Phantom has clearly owned this rivalry, winning over 60% of their lifelong meetings, and we're seeing a repeat of that pattern right now. He's really using that psychological edge to keep Vortex from putting together a serious run. It'll be a tough hill for the second seed to climb. He shuts down that rally instantly, taking complete control as we head toward the break. We've got an 8-4 lead for Phantom as we hit the break. I mean, Vortex was supposed to be the man to beat here, but he's struggling to keep up. He needs a massive shift in energy to stay in this. Let's see how Vortex reacts here. Vortex narrows the gap to 5-8 with that pick. It's a tough spot to be in for the top-rated man right now. He's refusing to go away, securing another flawless victory to keep the pressure on. Phantom still holding steady at 9-6 despite the push. He's certainly playing like the world #1 right now. Phantom pushes the lead to 10-6 with total confidence. He's absolutely peaking right now, putting an end to that brief resurgence. His recent form has been absolutely suffocating today. A chaotic scramble that ultimately ends in his favor, moving him to within a single round of victory. Unbelievable! He barely walks away from that fight with a handful of health left. That was way too close for comfort. Absolute perfection from Phantom to close out the series. He's just outclassing everyone right now, and it's clear the top seed is firmly in control of this map. Welcome to Red Line. We have Ignis facing off against a top-ranked Phantom in today's duel. Phantom holds a massive edge with that historical win rate of 89% in their head-to-head matchups. It is clearly a mental burden for Ignis to deal with, especially after taking another loss to the same opponent earlier today. He has to find a way to break that cycle quickly. He just isn't letting up, picking the opponent right off the ramp to extend the lead. The top-rated guy on the ladder is truly in a different class. Ignis manages to find his opening and picks the opposition off the Tetris. Just a glimmer of hope for the underdog right now. Phantom is just crushing him, sitting pretty at 4-1. He's been a force throughout his 30 wins today. Phantom is just dominating this, pushing his lead to 5-1. Ignis is dealing with a brutal 133 record over the last day. It's making this slow climb back into the match even more impressive. He's fighting a massive uphill battle right now. That is a huge reaction, securing another round to keep this comeback effort alive. Phantom is definitely feeling the pressure now. Ignis is chipping away, but Phantom still leads 6-3. The top seed quickly puts a stop to that brief run. A real scramble on the ramp there, but Phantom comes out on top to keep the momentum swinging. Just a reminder that he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Ignis catches him right as he's stepping off the ramp to secure another point. A tough road for the rank 28 seed to climb. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4, and honestly everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. He looks very composed right now, which makes sense given his high rank. Time to swap sides. Phantom's practically untouchable, cruising ahead at 9-4. He's definitely looking sharp after that strong 13-7 victory against Vortex. Ignis finally finds a breath of air, bringing it to 5-9. He's showing some real grit against the world number 1. Ignis is on a roll now, having taken 2 in a row to close that gap. We're seeing a huge swing in confidence for the underdog. Phantom quickly shuts down that momentum, picking him off from the Tetris. The gap in raw skill is on full display here. The pace of this match is just absurd. Phantom is ending these encounters in less than a second. A huge play from the ramp to secure a massive advantage, putting him just 1 victory away from the match. He's just too fast for the opposition right now. He manages to take down the favorite right off the boxes to delay the end. A clutch stop to keep the pressure high for the favorite. Another sharp shot from the Tetris as he denies the favorite the chance to close it out. He's finally starting to find some openings in this defense. What a finisher! Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to take the victory. He's simply on another level right now, just continuing a tier through the competition that looks completely unstoppable. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Vortex holds an incredible historical lead, winning 82% of their previous encounters. It's easy to see why the heavy favorite is starting so strong. We have to see if Ignis can actually shake this pattern today. Ignis keeps his composure and clears the ramp to keep this close. He needs this spark after that tough run in his last 10. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece, a true toss-up now. Coming off a really tough one, 34 run today, he's showing serious resolve. Vortex just annihilated him on the red, putting the pressure right back on Ignis. That ladder gap is really starting to show. Vortex is pulling ahead, leading 4-2. Just another result echoing that 39 nail-biter they had earlier. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control of the server with 3 straight wins. The rating difference is showing up clearly in the server. The momentum has completely shifted, and Vortex is now firmly in the driver's seat. It's a tough hill to climb for the ranked 28 player. He's simply outclassing everything Ignis throws at him, extending that streak to 5. Just another look at the gap between the 3rd and 28th seed. Wow, what a scramble. He scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. He's really fighting through a brutal 14-loss stretch lately. Ignis actually has a historical advantage on this specific map. It's surprising that the edge isn't playing a factor here. He really needs to find a way to turn that map knowledge into results before this gets completely out of hand. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. Ignis is struggling to stay in this as the higher seeded player makes his presence felt. Ignis manages to claw back one, trailing 9-4. He's really fighting through a deep hole today. Vortex took full advantage of the high ground there, picking him off from the ramp. A clean 21-14 day for the top seed so far. Vortex is just completely out of reach right now. He's essentially mirroring his usual performance against Ignis. Absolute perfection from the favorite, putting him just a single step away from victory. Boom! He secures the final kill to sweep the series. A total clinic from the top seed today. He really just walked all over those map advantages. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Today we have Vortex facing off against the top-seeded Phantom on Italy. Phantom really stepped up the pressure early, securing that win from the wine. The top-rated player in the league is starting strong. Phantom has been an absolute force today, with a 31-5 record across the league, and the head-to-head numbers historically mirror that dominance. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can break that cycle and find a way back into this. We've got a deadlock now, both sitting at 2. Vortex is showing a lot of confidence despite being the underdog today. Phantom is slowly regaining control of the pace, putting himself right back in the driver's seat. Phantom's pulling ahead now with a 4-2 lead. And he closes the door on that comeback attempt with a perfect pop shot. It's proving to be another tough outing for the third-ranked player. Unreal, he barely scraps through that exchange and stays alive to make it a 4-round tear. He's purely outclassing his opponent right now. Just an instant deletion there, he's completely taken over this match. Vortex finds a quick answer here, finally putting a stop to the momentum. Both are definitely bringing their A-game today. Vortex has put together a strong 21-14 run over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. If he can keep this streak going, he might actually pull off a major upset against the league's top seed. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. You know, he's really proving why he's the top seed today. He looks comfortable on this map, and Vortex is gonna need a serious shift in strategy to flip the script. Vortex needs to find some answers. Phantom still firmly in control with an 8-5 lead. He's clearly the better man in these head-to-head bouts. He managed to claw his way through that exchange and keep the rally going. The pressure is mounting for the higher-ranked player in this set. Vortex is refusing to go away, picking up another round to keep this rally moving. Phantom stays 2 rounds clear in this contest. He's got that top-of-the-ladder confidence today. That was a complete shutdown as he keeps this resurgence alive. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel irrelevant. Phantom extends his cushion to 10-8 after that one. What a statement! He's showing incredible heart as he narrows this gap. The momentum is shifting back and forth in a real nail-biter. Both players are reacting incredibly fast right now, with the last few exchanges ending in under a second. Absolute precision here, and it brings the underdog within a single round of the leader. A blistering reflex shot puts him just 1 round away from the victory. A pristine shot secures another one for the underdog, keeping his hopes alive. And there it is! Phantom shuts it down with a perfect shot to seal the series. Vortex really pushed him to the brink, nearly wiping out that early lead. He just couldn't find that last push. What a match! Welcome to Fast Aim. Today we have Ignis taking on the dominant Phantom in a battle for survival. A real clash of titans on the ramp, and Ignis manages to come out on top for the opener. Phantom is normally a massive wall for this opponent, having won 89% of their career clashes. And considering how dominant he's been in his other games today. These early rounds are a genuine shock. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually keep this pressure up. We've hit a total deadlock with things tied at 2-all. It's a tough mental spot for someone currently on a 15-match slide. What a read! He just brushed Ignis right off the ramp to keep the heat rolling. The number 1 seed is quickly asserting himself. He just wipes him off that ramp, moving to a 4-round tear. It's a similar story to their last encounter on Redline. And he just dismantles his opponent right off that ramp, putting the score at 5-2. It's a rough stretch for the lower rated man here. He just cuts him down from the toolbox to keep this streak alive. His dominant run today is looking nearly flawless. A complete shutdown. He's just taking over this match, claiming his 7th straight round. He just cleans him right off that ramp to keep the streak moving to 8. The league's current top seed is simply playing at another level. He just plucks him right off that ramp to push his lead to 9. He's proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what the standings predicted. He's barely breaking a sweat, having a field day with his 9-round run. Ignis needs to wake up now. Phantom is simply too fast from that wine box, quickly regaining control of the server. His current form is just staggering, putting up 32 wins today. Phantom is just a blur on this map, absolutely dominating from the top of the crates. The gap in their overall skill level is becoming undeniable. Ignis has finally found an opening, dragging Phantom right off that wine box. The 29 rated player is showing some genuine fight here. Ignis is really picking up the pace now, completely catching Phantom off guard on that ramp. A rare sight for someone who has lost so many lifetime clashes. He's just not letting up, effortlessly popping the leader right off the wine box for another one. He's really putting this game on the line. Phantom shuts that door quickly, leaving Ignis completely stranded. The favorite has finally regained his composure after a brief slip. A fierce battle here, but Ignis eventually clears him off that wine box to keep the fight alive. A tight exchange, but he managed to scrap through that one. that's it. Phantom secures the final blow to close out the series. He was just on another level today, and that poor guy simply couldn't find any answers for him. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Vortex holds a massive historical edge in this rivalry, winning roughly 83% of their lifetime encounters. It's interesting to see Ignis get the first round since he's been struggling so hard lately. This early lead really puts a huge amount of pressure on the favorite to respond. Ignis is really cooking, holding a tight 2-1 lead. Vortex is comfortably the higher seed in this particular matchup. Vortex is really starting to pivot the momentum back in his favor now. He's definitely looking for more consistency after that tight finish against Phantom. Absolute precision from that side. He's just completely taking over this early stage of the map. A massive swing as he puts the pressure on from the box to secure his 4th straight. A huge gap in experience between these two is showing. Vortex is simply on another level right now, putting up a huge 5-round run. He's looking incredibly sharp after that tough series against Phantom. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up an incredible 6-round run. He just can't be stopped, picking him right off the box to push the lead to 7. He's really capitalizing on that rating difference right now. He's simply refusing to let up, raining down fire from the box to reach 8 straight. Ignis has been struggling a lot lately with that poor record today. Finally, a breakthrough for Ignis as he puts a halt to that run right before the switch. A crucial stop for the man ranked 29th on the ladder. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the experts predicted. After that long 8-round surge, it feels like the top seed is simply too strong for Ignis to handle. Ignis needs some quick answers here. Vortex looks completely unbothered after starting his day with a 21-15 record. And honestly, it's surprising he's keeping such a steady pace given how harshly those losses to Phantom went earlier. He's simply in control here. Vortex is just dominating, stretching his lead to 10. His rank 3 status is making this look effortless. Just barely escaped that one with his life. He's absolutely cruising now, putting himself just 1 point shy of a victory. The skill gap is just too wide today. That's it. He shuts the door on this series with a final decisive burst of fire. He really didn't leave any room for doubt there. Tough break for Ignis, who just can't seem to find a way out of this slump. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today to see who can claim the win. Phantom comes in with a huge advantage, winning over 60% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear that this matchup historically leans in his favor. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to turn the tide today. Vortex secures that ramp position and manages to even things up right away. He's clearly not intimidated by the top seed today. Vortex is really cooking now, holding a 2-1 lead. He is really making the world #1 work for every inch. Phantom finds the opening to shut that down and brings us right back to a deadlock. He has a phenomenal 31-5 record over the last day. Phantom regains control with a tight 3-2 lead. He's really flexing that #1 spot on the ladder. Absolute speed from the top seed, who is now on a real roll. He is comfortably putting on a clinic right now. He just doesn't let up, dismantling his opponent from the ramp to move his lead to 5-2. That's the world #1 showing exactly why he's on top. Vortex quickly tracks him and clears that Tetris spot to keep the rally going. He's really fighting to put some distance between them. Vortex is refusing to go away, taking another one to keep this fight alive. The gap is closing fast in this set. Absolute tenacity from Vortex, who secures another win from the ramp to even the score. The script has officially flipped for the favorite. Vortex is simply on fire, cleaning up the Tetris spot to put himself in the driver's seat. He's really shaking the foundation of the current ladder rankings. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Both players have traded huge momentum swings, and the underdog is proving he can hang with the top seed today. Let's see who blinks first. He continues the surge, picking Phantom right off the Tetris to hold a slim lead. Exactly the kind of resilience that makes this an intriguing clash. Phantom manages to reclaim that ramp position to force another deadlock. The gap in overall experience really shows through as they trade rounds. He's putting on a display of pure willpower, taking this round completely unscathed to hold the lead. He is putting the pressure on the higher rated player.
And we're tied up at 8 apiece again.
Coming off a dominant 13-8 performance on this layout just an hour ago. He just keeps fighting, putting together another quick win to extend the lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to put him back in front. And just like that, Phantom brings us back to a dead heat at the 9-9. Neither player is blinking as they head into this final stretch. Phantom is really putting on a move here, capitalizing on the momentum as he pushes right back into the lead. A tough way to open the late stage for the #3 seed. Phantom keeps the heat up, claiming another win from the box to extend his lead. He's really playing like the top seed in this series. He's absolutely locking down this series, putting himself just one win away from the victory. A sudden flash of brilliance from Vortex, who puts a complete stop to that run. He's simply refusing to fold, stepping up once again to keep the series alive. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to force us into overtime. A complete turnaround from an incredibly precarious spot. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking control of the server from that elevated spot. He is effectively snowballing through the competition now. Phantom strikes back with a lightning fast reaction to bring us back to a deadlock. A completely effortless finish to put him back in command during this overtime stretch. A huge moment for the challenger to regain that edge. An incredible display of grit from Vortex, who nearly ends this right here after another perfect shot. Vortex is looking incredibly sharp in these high pressure exchanges. Phantom keeps his cool from the ramp to deny a match-ending shot. A sharp response there to keep things tight. What a finish! Vortex seals the deal with a perfect shot to complete the comeback victory. He really dug deep for that one, especially considering how hard he struggled against the #1 seed in the past. What a fight! Welcome to Mappas. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off, though Phantom enters this one as the clear favorite. Phantom has taken over the league this past day with 31 wins, so seeing him fall behind early is a real surprise. He's a massive cut above his opponent on the ladder, but Ignis is definitely making him sweat for every single round right now. Unbelievable. He was almost out of the fight, but barely clings to the lead after a wild scrap. It is rare to see the world #1 start this cold. Phantom quickly digs in and knocks Ignis off the ramp to secure his first round. A small glimpse of that top tier skill showing up now. Ignis is just dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. It's almost impossible to believe given their head-to-head record. That was an effortless exchange, showing he's not going to just let this lead slide. He's certainly not letting the underdogs run away with the match. Ignis is currently defying a head-to-head history where he's lost nearly 90% of his matches against this opponent. It's honestly staggering to see him maintain this lead given how consistently he's been outclassed in the past. He's fighting an uphill battle in terms of skill, but he's the one dictating the pace right now. That's 2 in a row for the favorite, who is firmly clawing his way back into this match. The lead is narrowing fast. The comeback is complete and the series is officially locked up at 5-all. A total reset of the board as we head toward the break. Phantom keeps the pressure high, clearing him off the red for another straight win. He is simply refusing to let this game slip away. We are all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, it's a complete toss-up right now. Ignis is playing the match of his life, and he's firmly putting the top-seeded player on the defensive. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He's simply not missing, walking away from that encounter completely unscathed. A sharp turnaround to take back control of the series. Both players landed heavy hits, but he comes out on top to secure a 2-round lead. The skill gap is starting to feel quite evident now. What an absolute brawl! Ignis manages to scrape through with a sliver of health after taking him off the ramp. Total desperation of a fight, but that's all he needed. We're back to a dead heat at 8 each. Truly a shocking display of resilience from the lower ranked player. He just looks completely composed, shutting down any attempt at a comeback with a quick snap. Good heavens, Ignis almost didn't make it. He barely survives that chaos from the boxes to tie it up at 9-9. Ignis holds the blue and keeps his foot on the gas, putting himself in a great position to close this out. He is really making the top seed work for it today. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another effortless victory to keep the streak alive. A staggering shift in fortunes considering how those two usually match up. Phantom is refusing to break, securing a flawless kill to stay within striking distance. He's definitely shaking off the rust now. A complete shutout of that exchange, leaving Ignis just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! Ignis shuts the door on this series with a total stunner to secure the win. He's finally broken that curse, taking down the world #1 after a lifetime of struggle. Just an incredible result. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Vortex taking on Ignis today, with the favorite looking to maintain his strong lead. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. Vortex has an overwhelming advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 80% of their past encounters. And seeing the way he's played his other matches today, it looks like he's firmly in control. Now it's just a matter of seeing if Ignis can find a way to break that pattern. A complete deadlock. We're all tied up at 2 apiece. A massive struggle for Ignis today, given how poorly he's played his other matches. Ignis is really stepping up here, putting some serious pressure on Vortex after those last 2 rounds. Definitely an unusual day for the number 28 seed.
Still neck and neck. This is getting intense.
Vortex is definitely looking like the superior player on the ladder today. Ignis has surged ahead by 1, holding the lead. He's really fighting through a tough run in the last 24 hours. These engagements are happening so fast, practically a coin flip at this point. Vortex claws back a slim lead, sitting at 5. His recent form is just vastly superior compared to his opponents. Absolute control from the top seed, taking full command of the map with 3 straight wins. The gap in their current daily form is staggering. Unreal, he scrapes through that exchange by a hair to keep his roll going. His dismal 2 and 33 round today is really showing. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, things are playing out pretty much as we expected. The top seed is comfortably in front, though Ignis has managed to keep this relatively competitive. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Vortex has a massive lead in their head-to-head total with over 170 wins. It's a huge mental hurdle for Ignis to overcome, given how often he's fell to his opponent. He'll need a big surge here to keep his hopes alive. That is just an effortless victory, keeping his win streak alive. The skill gap is on full display right now. He secures another clean win from the ramp, putting himself just 2 rounds away from the victory. It's getting harder and harder for the 28th seed to keep up. A quick reaction there to finally break the momentum and pull one back. He really needed a response after that rough set on Dunes. Vortex responds instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. Vortex is playing exactly as the pre-match projections predicted. Game over. He closes it out with a sharp finish to secure the victory. A total shutdown from the number 2 seed. He's simply too strong for Ignis to handle today. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom facing off in the arena. Let's see if the favorite can keep their momentum. Phantom has won a huge 61% of their career encounters. It's no surprise he's taking control early on. With his current 29-7 run over the last day, he's clearly playing at a peak level. Let's see if Vortex can fight back. Phantom is really utilizing the verticality here, taking total control of the map from that boost. He's really leaning into that top seed status right now. Phantom had the better read here, catching Vortex while he was trying to hold that ramp. The top seed is really asserting his authority early. Phantom's leading 3-2, looking very dangerous. He's definitely looking more comfortable after that 16-14 victory in their previous meeting. Vortex is really turning the tide here, using that high ground to force the map back to a dead heat. He just outplayed the ramp position, taking full control of the series. The word number 2 is making a strong statement right now. Just an absolute demolition from the Tetris, and he's now taken 4 in a row. A tough stretch for the top seed after that match against Ignis. Absolutely crushing it. He's just completely taken over this match with 5 straight. It's a drastic shift from how he's performed in the last 24 hours. Phantom manages to pick him off the Tetris and starts to narrow the gap. The pressure is definitely mounting for the higher seeded player. Vortex is currently fighting through a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. And honestly, it shows in his confidence today. He's completely defied the ratings gap to put himself in a commanding position. I wonder if he can keep this energy up through the final stretch. Vortex holds a strong 8-4 lead. Well, he's absolutely lived up to the hype so far. He really looks like he has the better plan for this map right now. Fresh star for the top seed. Vortex is just cruising along with a 9-4 cushion. That was a blindingly fast exchange. His recent win over Ignis really set the stage for this. Phantom is finally showing some resilience, quickly picking Vortex off that Tetris perch. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5. A total contrast to the results he's seen earlier today. Vortex still holds a healthy 10-6 advantage here. The number 1 seed is finally finding a way to respond. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that high ground. Hard to believe the higher rated star is this far behind. Phantom keeps his cool and manages to shut him down from that Tetris position. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with in this head-to-head. Phantom is clawing his way back into this, narrowing the gap to just 3 rounds. This is starting to look more like a typical encounter for the best player on the ladder. Unbelievable, he survives that chaos with just a sliver of health to keep this run alive. That is an incredibly tight fight to close out. That was a flawless exchange, leaving him just a single round away from victory. He's really capitalizing on the momentum shift right now. A really clean shot to keep the pressure on as he continues this gritty climb back into the match. A precise read from Phantom to stay alive in this match. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. He secures the high ground to lock in a deadlock at 12-12. A complete reversal of fortunes in a matter of minutes. Absolutely effortless. He finishes the job without taking a single point of damage. A textbook display of precision to put him in a commanding spot. He just completely dominates this exchange, securing his 5th straight win to move ahead. Vortex is just completely out of options right now. Phantom is simply unstoppable right now, taking his 6th straight to reach match point. What a play! Vortex secures the round from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. A crucial stop to keep the pressure on the favorite. What grit from Vortex, he keeps fighting back with another win to close the gap to 14-15.
He's showing a lot of heart to push this so close.
Absolutely stunning. Phantom closes this series out with a lightning fast kill to secure the match. He just couldn't shake that nightmare of a comeback, but this is how the world #1 handles the pressure in overtime. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Ignis taking on the top-seeded Phantom here on Italy. Phantom has won 89% of their head-to-head encounters. He's clearly the dominant force in this pairing historically. He'll be looking to push that lead even further after a strong start.
Phantom's just cruising right now with a 2-round lead. He's showing why he's currently the top seed on the ladder.
He is absolutely untouchable right now, walking away without taking a single point of damage.
He's certainly making the most of his #1 spot on the ladder.
A sharp response from Ignis to get back on the board and show some fight. The underdog is finally starting to find some openings.
Phantom still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. The world #1 is firmly in control of the pace.
Unbelievable. He somehow manages to survive that absolute carnage with a single point of health. A blink and you missed it. Victory for the favorite, who now holds a significant 5-round lead. Absolute precision from the favorite, who now has 4 straight rounds in his pocket. He is just relentless, picking up another clean win to push his streak to 5. He's just too fast today, extending the streak to 6 with another effortless kill. A great stop by Ignis from the Wine, halting that long run just before the break. A surprising twist given the gap in their rankings. Phantom takes a huge lead heading into the break at 10-2. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see given their head-to-head history. Ignis is fighting an uphill battle right now. Time for a quick reset. Ignis is having a tough outing today with a 232 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge contrast to the confidence he's showing right now by trading rounds. He's fighting to keep his hopes alive. Phantom is just completely shutting things down, leaving no room for a comeback here. That 29-7 day is really starting to show for him. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, trading rounds back and forth to stay in the fight. That was effortless. He's now just a single round away from victory. He's simply proving why he entered this match with the higher seed. What an incredible finish! After a fierce back and forth battle, Phantom secures the victory. He just looks far too composed for this matchup. Ignis put up a decent fight, but he's just outclassed. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off on fast aim, with the top seed looking to dominate. Ignis gets the jump on him from the toolbox and secures an early lead. Surprising start for the lower ranked player. Vortex holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 177 wins over Ignis, so yeah, it's a bit surprising to see him starting so slowly, given how he typically handles this specific opponent. I wonder if the pressure of being the heavy favorite is getting to him early on. Ignis is absolutely rolling right now, leading 3-1. Coming off a rough 233 run over the last day. That was an incredibly fast reaction to shut down Ignis' momentum. Vortex is starting to put the squeeze on him, securing another win from the ramp to tie things up. The second best player in the league is fully awake now. Ignis is keeping the pressure on, outplaying him from the ramp to take another round. Both players are just trading blows at this point. We're completely deadlocked in the middle of the set. Vortex claws back to a slim one-round lead. He's really starting to use that rating advantage here. He claims another one from the wine box, firmly taking control of the series. That's another dominant showing from the number 2 seed. A fierce battle on the ramp, but he's just too sharp right now, securing his 4th straight win. He's put in quite a bit of work today, with 22 wins already. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's basically playing out as predicted. The high seed is in front, though he'll need to be more consistent if he wants to close this out quickly. Let's see if Ignis can rally. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. Ignis has really struggled to find any footing today, which we can see from that 233 record over the last day. It's making a huge difference in how he's approaching these duels. The challenge now is if he can even find one round to break this slide. Another effortless shot from the wine box as he keeps this streak alive. The skill gap is becoming really apparent as the match winds down. What a scramble. He manages to secure a win despite being down to a sliver of health. A huge moment for the underdog to finally break through. Vortex dominates from the toolbox to put himself just one round away from victory. He's looking every bit as dangerous as the rankings suggested. And that's it. Vortex shuts the door on the ramp to secure the map victory. Just a clinical performance from the top seed to wrap things up. He really looked like the better player out there today. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have a great match today featuring Vortex and the heavily favored Phantom. Phantom currently leads the head-to-head battle with 25-11 wins. It's a commanding historical lead that mirrors the gap we see between them on the ladder. We'll see if Vortex can find an answer to that pressure early on. Vortex is staying aggressive and making it work by taking the high ground. The number 1 seed is looking a bit shaky early on. An absolute battle for height there, but Phantom just came out on top in that trade. Phantom is just dominating this series, sitting comfortably at 4-1. Another effortless win here as he continues to push a commanding lead.
Looking like a perfect translation of that rating gap.
Phantom tracks him perfectly and drops him off the box for another clean win. A huge day for him so far with a 29-7 record. Vortex fights his way back, knocking the favorite off the box to stop that run. Phantom has a 65% win rate on this specific map. It's a significant advantage that clearly shows in how he's controlling the pace today. Vortex will need to find a way to close this gap before the first half ends. Phantom shuts that rally down instantly, taking total control as we head toward the mid-game break. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. He's put the pressure on Vortex early and has a great chance to close this out fast. Time for a mental reset. Phantom is just refusing to let go, shutting down that comeback attempt from the high ground. The number 1 seed is looking completely untouchable today. The speed of those exchanges is just wild. Phantom is ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. He's back in control and now just 1 round away from the win.
It's just a crushing look for a player currently outside the top 50.
Vortex manages to claw back a point, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. Phantom is still the far superior seed on the ladder. What a way to close it out. He finishes the match with an instantaneous flick to secure the victory. He really made his statement there, just walking away with a huge win and keeping that top seed spot secure. Welcome everyone! We're on orange for a duel between Ignis and Phantom, with the top-seeded favorite looking for another victory. Phantom owns this rivalry, leading their head-to-head match history 148-19. It's really clear that Ignis is struggling to find any answers against him lately. The big question now is if the favorite can just put this away quickly. Phantom is really dominating this set right now. That's the first round he's taken since their last encounter. Phantom is really putting the pressure on early, and he looks as strong as ever today. His recent 37 run over the last day is definitely showing. Phantom is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. The number 1 seed is really making a statement here. Ignis stays sharp and refuses to go away, securing another round to claw back into this. He's definitely playing with more confidence than in their usual matchups. A perfectly clean shot leaves the top seed in the dust as he continues his climb back into the game. The underdog is finally starting to look like a genuine threat. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. A complete shift in momentum from how we started this set. Simply outclassing the favorite right now as he takes a commanding 5-4 lead. It's wild to see the odds flipped completely on his head. He is absolutely on fire, securing his 5th consecutive victory to really seize control of this series. Phantom finally halts the slide and claims a fresh round before the switch. Just a reminder that he is currently sitting at the top of our rating. We head into the break locked up at 6-6. And honestly, it's shocking to see the top-ranked player fighting for his life here. Ignis is playing way above his usual level to keep this series totally open. A complete reset for both players. He strikes back from the ramp, taking a commanding 7-6 lead. A quick recovery for the underdog to seize that advantage. Phantom claws back around to tie it up at 7 apiece. He really is looking like the world number 1 right now. He's refusing to break, putting himself back in front with a sharp sequence. It's a completely different story than their past face-offs. Ignis answers right back, leaving us tied at 8. It's a grit and grind series for him today. Phantom edges ahead by a single point right now. He's really leaning into that dominant career win rate here. A tense standoff ends in total favor of the favorite, who now holds 3 straight. It looks like the skill gap is starting to tell. A prolonged battle, but he stays composed to push his current streak to 4. He has a massive 63% lifetime win rate on this layout. He refuses to go down easy, stepping up with another clean win to keep his hopes alive. A quick fire response to keep this duel from slipping away. He's really digging deep to keep this fight going, taking another round without breaking a sweat. A textbook shutdown by Phantom, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's really asserting his seniority in this contest. What a recovery. Ignis survives with a mere 14 health, keeping himself in the game. Insane how he just barely kept his composure there. And that's it. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final shot to close out the match. Ignis really pushed him to the absolute limit today. We almost saw the impossible happen for a second there. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Ignis face off on Mappas with the heavy favorite looking for a dominant victory. Vortex holds an overwhelming lead in their history together, winning 83% of their meetings. Looking at their recent form, it's clear that Ignis is struggling to find any stability right now. The question is whether he can finally flip the script on this rivalry. Vortex is just cruising with a 2-0 cushion. Vortex is looking sharp after that 13-6 result in their last meeting. He's just putting on a show now, completely shutting the door on any hope for his opponent. He's coming into this with a much cleaner record over the last day. Absolute control from the favorite, who just walked through another round without losing a single hit point. That gap in the ladder rankings is really staring us in the face. Unbelievable. Ignis claws back into the series after a brutal exchange, surviving with just a sliver of health. Ignis is showing real grit, taking a clean round to keep the pressure mounting. Vortex isn't looking nearly as untouchable as he did earlier. Vortex has a staggering 22-13 record over the last day, so he really is the one bringing the momentum into this series. It's a huge contrast to Ignis, who has barely found any footing in his recent matches. We'll see if that confidence allows him to pull further ahead. Vortex is firmly back in the driver's seat at 6-3. He's staying in the fight, answering back with another clean shot to keep the score close. Vortex extends his lead again, now sitting at 7-4. The skill difference is stark, placing him firmly in the top 5 here. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's proving exactly why he's the top seed here. He managed to put together a strong 4-round run to keep the momentum on his side. Let's see if the swap helps. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The gap in the rankings is really showing throughout this server. Ignis puts up a fight to bring it to 9-5. It's interesting to see his slight map advantage coming through. What a fight! He manages to scrape through the chaos with almost nothing left in the tank. The composure on these clutch moments is honestly wild. He's on fire now, securing his 3rd straight round to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is making this an absolute battle of nerves. Vortex shuts down that momentum instantly, bringing the score to 10-7. A tough road for Ignis, who has only managed 2 wins all day. Ignis secures another win from the ramp, refusing to let the gap widen further. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. The volatility in this match is wild. We've seen a different winner for the last 4 rounds straight. It's clear why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. A clean delivery to put him just 1 step away from victory. Ignis is really struggling to find any answers to this playstyle. What a finish! He puts a stop to the rally and claims the match victory. He really showed the class difference today. Even with those few desperate scrambles from the underdog, the gap was just too wide. Welcome to the Berserk League. Today we have Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy for the win. Phantom holds a massive overall advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, you can see that confidence bleeding into the early stages of this series. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually shake things up today. Phantom is really dominating with a 2-1 lead. He's looking very sharp with a 29-7 record today. We've got a complete deadlock early on. Neither of these guys is giving an inch. Everything is perfectly balanced right now. Phantom is just one step ahead, clinging to a 3-2 lead. The top-seeded player is playing his part perfectly today. Phantom is just running away with this 4-2 lead. Expectations are being met by the current top seed. That's another clean sweep, and the momentum is shifting firmly back into his favor. He's simply too fast right now, racking up 4 straight to take a commanding lead. Vortex manages to hold his ground and secure this exchange to get back on the board. The second best player in the league is showing some teeth. Phantom has been showing a massive amount of consistency lately, especially with that 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this duel. We just have to see if he can close the door quickly. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. Well, he is completely ignoring the a priori favorites list and playing exactly to his historical strength. He needs just 5 more rounds to shut this down. Side swap, let's get back into it. Phantom is just relentlessly piling on the pressure here. The top seed is really proving his worth here. Phantom is virtually untouchable with a massive 10-4 cushion. The top seed is playing his best game of the day. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, winning a total war of attrition. Absolute chaos in that fight, just barely coming out on top. Vortex is fighting back, narrowing it down to 6-10. He's certainly making a case against the rank 1 player. He's on fire now, claiming a 3rd straight to keep this comeback rolling. The overall league leader is finally starting to look vulnerable. Phantom shuts down the momentum with a precise exchange of his own. He really knows how to hold the line when the pressure mounts. Phantom puts on a clinic, quickly picking the opponent off the wine to reach match point. What a finish! Phantom secures the final round and closes out the map. Just a completely different level of speed today, with some of those exchanges over in less than half a second. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Phantom are taking the stage at the arena, though the favorite seems to have a huge advantage here. Ignis comes out swinging and catches Phantom right off the Tetris for the early lead. The top-rated man in the league has some ground to make up. Phantom really makes the most of that elevation to even things up. His head-to-head record here is just staggering. Ignis is just ignoring the numbers today, putting the pressure on as he clears Phantom off that platform. He's fighting a brutal uphill battle tonight. We've got a deadlock with both taking 2. He's really showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Ignis isn't letting him breathe today, snatching the advantage right from under that platform. He's shaking off that rough start to his day. Phantom has an incredible 89% lifetime win rate when playing against Ignis. It's really surprising to see that dominance vanish for a moment as he's forced to play from behind. We have to see if he can actually flip the script and get this under control. Ignis is surging ahead with a healthy 5-3 lead. A total contrast to his rough 232 run earlier today. Phantom is really stabilizing his game here, refusing to let Ignis pull away with a commanding lead. Ignis stretches his lead to 6-4 with that play. It's quite the look for a guy currently sitting at rank 28. Wow, what a scrap! Phantom barely escapes that exchange with his life as we head toward the break. He's certainly playing like a man who's cruise controlled his day. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete shock given that Phantom is the world #1. We're seeing a massive shift in momentum here as the underdog puts up a huge fight. Time to see if the streak holds. Ignis is really playing a different game today, simply outpeaking him from the ramp. The world #1 just can't find an answer for him. Phantom is showing some real grit here, shutting that down immediately. A quick response to keep the gap manageable. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he somehow walks away as the victor. Hard to believe considering the massive rating difference between these two. He just shuts everything down with a perfect shot to keep this climb alive. The pressure is mounting as he tries to close this gap. He's refusing to go away, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. The early favorite is finally starting to find some consistency. And he secures another one from the Tetris, bringing this series completely level. He's showing the poise of someone used to owning the server. A fast exchange that gives the advantage back to Ignis. Phantom keeps the pressure high and finds the mark to bring us completely level. He is really proving himself the tougher opponent in this late game stretch. It's been a literal back and forth trade since the 18th, but Ignis finally breaks that cycle here. Quite a feat for someone who just dropped the game to Vortex. He just refuses to crack, clawing his way back to a dead heat. Neither man is letting the other hold the lead for long. Phantom strikes again with a perfect read, putting him just one step away from victory. Absolute control from the guy who has had the better run today. Ignis answers back from the ramp to force this a deadlock. A huge shift from the usual one-sided affair we see between them. A total shutdown for the round point as Phantom finds the mark with a precise burst. He's finally playing like the heavy favorite we expected. Ignis denies him the advantage of that high ground to keep this fight wide open. Hard to believe after the way his other matches went today. Ignis is putting on a clinic right now, putting some serious distance between himself and the world number 1. Phantom is simply refusing to break, shutting things down quickly to tie the series at 14-14. A sudden shift in energy as we hit this stalemate. What a display of speed, putting him back in the lead and moving just one step away from the victory. That was an incredibly clean sequence to take the lead. An absolute laser from Phantom to tie it up, leaving him just one round from the finish. He's simply not allowing any breathing room now. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 31. Phantom holds a tight 2-round lead as we enter the finale. Absolute momentum swing as that streak hits 3. Phantom holds the narrow edge as we hit 33. Pure willpower on display from the lower seed. We're all square at 17 apiece. He's clearly shaking off that previous loss to Vortex. Ignis claws back into a 1-point lead. A real struggle for the man who usually cruises through these. Ignis firmly holds a 2-round cushion now. I cannot believe we've just witnessed that. For a guy who usually gets eaten alive by the world number 1, he just put on a statement performance. He really had to dig deep. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Vortex taking on Ignis in a match where the favorite looks strong today. Vortex has an overwhelming 83% head-to-head win rate against his opponent. It's clear he has a huge psychological edge in this rivalry. We'll see if Ignis can actually shake the trend early on. Vortex is just cruising through this first set. He's definitely leaning on that top 3 seed status today. Vortex holds a slender lead as we hit round 3. Ignis has completely flipped the script here. We're back to a dead heat after a surprising start. The lower rated player is definitely playing a different game right now. Absolute control now. He's taking over the map with a 3-round streak. A surprising shift from the usual result in this pairing. Both players were trading heavy fire here, but Ignis manages to outlast him to keep the streak alive. Quite a contrast to his struggle against Phantom today. He secures another one from the box, building a formidable 5-round streak. He's definitely making his mark against a top-tier seed. Vortex just landed a picture-perfect shot, finally shaking off that pressure to pull within 2. He's definitely starting to play like the higher seed. That is a clean double for the favorite, continuing this charge back into the game. The momentum has shifted completely in this half. Unbelievable. He just tore through that defense to even things up at 5-5. A perfect response to bring the match back to a deadlock. Ignis wins the battle for the box to retake a 1-round lead. He's really defying his recent 3-30 record today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it is shocking to see the ranked player, He's staying tenacious, ending that encounter in an instant. He's starting to look like the high-seeded player we expected. Ignis is managing a real standout performance today. You know, it's quite a swing considering he's managed only 3 wins in his last 35 maps. He's really finding a way to outplay the favorite here. What a response. He stays incredibly sharp to keep the pressure mounting. The gap in the ratings is starting to feel much smaller. Pure chaos in this exchange, but he closed through the damage to bring everything level. The underdog is really making his presence felt in this series. He just deletes him right off that box, continuing a fierce run of 3 straight. Just an incredibly disciplined stretch from the high-seeded player. He's on fire, picking up another clean kill to extend this run to 4 straight. His performance is aligning much better with that top-tier seed ranking. A swift exchange here, and Ignis manages to close it out without taking any damage. Despite that a challenging start to his day, Ignis is keeping pace. A totally untouchable exchange there, as Vortex puts a huge dent in the lead. He's really fighting to maintain that seed advantage now. Ignis takes advantage of the height here and secures another round to bring this almost perfectly level. It's becoming a huge grind for the favorite to put this away. He's completely in control now, putting himself a single round away from victory. The momentum is swinging heavily back to the favorite. A tight window to secure that victory now. A clutch survival for the underdog to stay in this. Unbelievable, after such a fierce struggle and barely surviving with 9 HP, Vortex finally claims the victory. Ignis really forced him to sweat for every single point, but the top seed just had too much composure. What a battle. Welcome to Redline. Vortex and Phantom are facing off now to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom has a massive historical advantage here, winning over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear he's leaning into that confidence right now. The big question is whether Vortex can overcome that mental hurdle today. Phantom holds a slight edge as we enter round 3. That's a really high output for the league leader today. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on, and he just shut down that attempt to play the ramp. The world number 1 is truly showing his class. Phantom is cruising with a 3-2 lead. Vortex definitely knows how to trade blows with the top seed. Phantom is just too quick with his reactions, securing that win from the ramp. He's really making the most of that hot 28-8 start today. Phantom is just capitalizing on every mistake, and he really used that high ground to his advantage there. Absolutely crushing it. He completely shuts down the comeback attempt with another flawless shot. He is simply on another level right now, taking full control of this map. He's living up to the top seed title right now. Vortex answers back, clawing back another round to bring it to 3-7. Unreal, he barely clings to life with a sliver of health to secure another round. Absolute ice in his veins to secure that one. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this result is defying the pregame a bit. Vortex is fighting hard, but the underdog has the momentum shifting his way right now. Let's see if Vortex can pivot. Vortex has been in great shape today, putting up 22 wins in his last 25 matches. It's just a shame he's facing the top-rated player in the league. He'll need a serious shift in momentum to close this gap. Phantom is firmly in control with a 9-5 cushion. The world number 1 is really asserting his authority right now. He's simply unstoppable, shutting the door on any momentum by picking him off the ramp. He is simply on fire, securing another victory from the Tetris to put himself just 2 rounds away. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp to finally break that run. It's impressive to see that persistence from a top 3 ranked player. Game over! Phantom secures a lightning-fast final kill to shut the door on the match. The top seed is just completely outclassing the competition today, leaving no doubt who's running the show on Redline. Welcome to the show. Ignis takes on the top-ranked Phantom on Mappas in a clash where the favorite looks strong. Phantom has historically crushed this matchup, winning about 88% of their lifetime encounters. It's a massive gap to overcome, but Ignis actually manages to take a game from him every now and then. It'll be interesting to see if he can force another one of those upsets today. Phantom's now holding a tight 2-1 lead here. He's definitely not playing like the lower rated side right now. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on here, moving just one step closer to a comfortable lead. The best player on the ladder is certainly finding his range. Phantom secures a third round, really gripping the lead. He's coming into this set after a rough 3-31 day. And just like that, Ignis levels things up at 3-3. It's a complete reversal from what the rank difference suggested. Ignis picks him off the ramp to take full control of the match. The world #1 is looking very vulnerable here. Phantom answers back quickly, leaving the score deadlocked. It's a bit of a relief for him after the tough 17-19 loss earlier. Unbelievable, he barely clings on with a sliver of health to secure the win from the ramp. He's showing exactly why he holds the top spot on the ladder. They're all squared at 5 apiece as they reset. Just an incredible shift in energy for the 27th ranked player. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He nearly went down with the ship, but manages to scrap his way to a 6-5 lead. That's a strong showing from the top seed today. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's keeping up his usual dominance, though Ignis proved he can hold his own for a few rounds. Phantom barely holds onto that single round edge. That was a remarkably fast exchange to bring the total close. And now we are tied up at 7-all. This is becoming a real battle of nerves for the top seed. He manages to blast him right off that ramp to keep this roll going. He's really defying the odds given his recent form. Both players were fighting for their lives in that one, but he comes out on top to keep it level. Both players are fully dialed in for this final stretch. Ignis surges ahead, claiming a slim one-round advantage. A really surprising shift in momentum for the bottom half of the top 30. Phantom had the faster reaction time there, catching Ignis right as he stepped onto that ramp. Ignis has a narrow edge now, leading 10-9. The lower seed is continuing to put up a hell of a fight. We've hit a deadlock at 10 apiece. He is definitely looking to bounce back after that 17-19 defeat earlier. Phantom is starting to pull away again, really capitalizing on this little run of momentum. Ignis earns the round, picking him right off the boxes to bring us back to a dead heat. A complete toss-up heading into these final frames. A fierce trade-off, but Ignis comes out on top to seize the advantage. A surprising turn for someone sitting in the top 5. Unbelievable. Ignis closes it out with a perfect final push to secure the win. What a statement. To take down the top seed when he's been that dominant is just insane. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Vortex and Ignis are taking over Orange for today's match, though Vortex enters as the clear favorite. Vortex holds a massive lifetime edge in their matchups, winning over 80% of their games together. And we are already seeing that gap play out in this opening round. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually break that cycle today. He is just too fast right now, securing another effortless victory to go up 3-0. The gap between them on the ladder is really showing. Unbelievable speed from him, simply shutting out his opponent once again. He's just totally in control, securing another clean sweep to move ahead by 5. He keeps pushing forward, taking a heavy hit, but finishing the job to stay perfect. A massive class difference between these two players. He's simply untouchable right now, continuing the shutout with another perfect kill. Finally, a round for the underdog, getting a hard-fought victory on the board. He's definitely playing better than his usual 30% recent form. Vortex has been crushing this pairing for a long time, and he usually maintains an 83% win rate in these matchups. But he looks out of sorts after those 2 quick losses. We have to wonder if that focus is slipping. Vortex is dominating the series with an 8-2 lead. That's exactly the kind of result we'd expect from a top 3 player. Vortex is just relentless, extending the lead to 9-2. He is really proving his rank as the 3rd best player here. Vortex takes a commanding 10-2 lead. I mean, he's absolutely running away with this. Everything about this half matches the pre-match hype and the huge skill gap between these two. Time for a fresh start. It's just a total shutout at this point. He's completely outclassed him in almost every single exchange. The gap in their experience is just too wide today. Ignis is putting up a fight, refusing to let this match slide away without a scrap. It's a huge mountain to climb for the underdog from here. Vortex is back in the driver's seat, just 1 single round away from the victory. The odds certainly weren't lying about who the favorite was today. A huge lift from Ignis to push back and delay the inevitable. Just a brief moment of hesitation from the favorite. He's clearly not ready to give up, picking up another straight round to keep the dream alive. Vortex looks a bit rattled after that exchange. Another flawless sequence for the underdog, who is now on a roll going into this final stretch. And that's it! He shuts the door on this match with a perfect final blow. He really had his number today, proving why he's seated so much higher in the standings. Welcome to Fast Aim. Vortex and Phantom are ready for a quick shootout to see who takes the match. A huge scramble there on the ramp, but Phantom was just a split second quicker on the trigger. The top seed is looking sharp right out of the gate. Phantom is sitting on a strong 68% win rate here, and that massive map advantage usually proves insurmountable for the competition. It will be interesting to see if he can recover his footing after those early mistakes. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp and keeps things completely even between these two. A huge push by the third-ranked player to keep the pace. Vortex is really starting to build some steam here, catching Phantom right as he tried to push from the ramp. Phantom responds quickly and puts Vortex back in his place, shaking off those early rounds. It's rare to see the top-rated player looking this vulnerable. Vortex edges ahead with a slim one-round lead. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Vortex is really starting to pull away here, making a quick move from the ramp to widen his lead. Vortex secures another fast win by knocking Phantom off the ramp, really heating up now. What a fight! He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to keep the rally going. He's refusing to let this slip away too easily. He's putting up a fight, staying aggressive to close the gap before they switch sides. A huge momentum swing as we approach the midway point. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see given the pre-match read. He looks completely comfortable holding the advantage right now. Let's see if a fresh side helps. He's not going down without a fight, showing great resolve to cut the lead down to 1. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Vortex has a very tough history here with an all-time head-to-head record against the top seed. That's quite lopsided, and honestly it's impressive to see him completely disregard that mental baggage today. He's playing like the pressure of the rivalry isn't even there. Phantom stays composed, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Vortex is dominating, stretching that gap to 3 rounds. That was an incredibly quick exchange to close things out. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, leaving Phantom with very little room to breathe. He just dismantles Phantom right off the ramp, putting himself on the verge of victory. Unbelievable! Vortex closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure a victory. It's a massive statement from the underdog today, taking down the #1 seed in such a convincing fashion. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Ignis and the top-seeded Phantom facing off in this duel with the favorite looking strong. Phantom holds a staggering 149-21 lead in their head-to-head history. And honestly, seeing the top seed dominate this opening exchange isn't a surprise. We have to wonder if Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt that trend today. Phantom is just barely pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. That's a solid response from the number 25 ranked player. Phantom is quickly reclaiming control of the pace here. He is certainly putting those 28 wins from today to good use. Phantom's just cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's playing with that number 1 confidence right now. He's completely in control, racking up his 3rd straight win to lead 5-1. Looking a lot sharper than his previous match against Vortex. Ignis answers back quickly to narrow the gap to 2-5. The underdog is fighting back after a tough start today. Phantom has looked incredibly strong across the board today with a 28-9 record. It's a huge contrast to how Ignis has been faring in his recent matches. He's just not letting any opportunities slip. Phantom is distancing himself further with a 7-free cushion. He's clearly shaken off the loss from his series against Vortex. Ignis is starting to put some real pressure on the leader here, picking him right off the wine. Phantom takes a slim 7-5 advantage into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as predicted so far. The world number 1 is simply more consistent, even if Ignis managed to hang around during a few tough rounds. Switching sides, let's see a spark. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. The rating gap is starting to manifest as the pressure mounts. Phantom pushes it to 9-5 and looks unstoppable. A massive 63% lifetime win rate is a tough wall to climb. Ignis isn't going down without a fight. He's managed to trade a few rounds here to keep this competitive. Phantom is putting the squeeze on him at 10-6. That was an incredibly quick exchange to secure another lead. The gap is widening now. Ignis is really struggling to find an answer for those lightning-fast reactions. Another rapid fire for the favorite, and he now just needs one more to secure the map. Ignis manages to secure a huge round right when the pressure was at its peak. He's refusing to just let this map slide. He's showing some serious resolve, taking a 2nd straight round to keep the dream alive. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door with a lightning-fast shot to take the series. Ignis put up a fight for a while, but he just couldn't keep that momentum going against the world number 1. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off today to see who can dominate the map. Vortex has historically dominated this pairing with a huge victory margin in their head-to-head history. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing right out of the gate given how he's played against Ignis in the past. He'll want to shake this off early. Ignis is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. The higher rated player is finally starting to put his weight around. Vortex had the high ground this time and used it perfectly to even things up. He's definitely bringing that confidence from his recent win over Ignis. Vortex is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking full control of the map. The skill gap is becoming a real factor here. Vortex is simply unstoppable right now, putting together a 4-round tier to take a 2-game lead. He's really capitalizing on that massive rating advantage. Ignis secures a crucial win here to keep the score tight. It's a huge mental boost for a player who struggled so much today. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a dead heat. A huge swing from the 431 disaster he had earlier today. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a single health point left to extend this streak. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 4th straight victory to take a 2-round lead. Hard to believe how well he's holding his own against the second best player. Vortex recovers a round here, keeping the gap narrow as we approach the break. We head into the break tied at 6-all. I mean, this is surprisingly close considering Vortex owns about 83% of their head-to-head history. Ignis is fighting hard to stay in the game. Let's see who comes out stronger. Vortex grabs the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. The number 2 seed is finally finding some stability. Vortex has put together a really strong run of form, boasting a 22-14 record over the last day. Looking at the way he's taking over right now, he's definitely playing with that momentum on his side. Ignis is going to need a quick answer here. He completely shuts things down, plucking Ignis right off the box to move to 10. The gaps in experience are really to show now. He's simply in another gear, extending that streak to 5 straight. This is exactly how his recent win on Blame Orange went. Ignis puts an end to that onslaught with a gritty fight to claw back around. A spirited effort from a player currently sitting outside the top 20. These two are trading blows now, and Ignis is refusing to let the lead slip away. The gap between these two on the ladder is huge. A hard-fought trade of shots, but he manages to outlast his opponent to hit match point. It's exactly the result everyone expected coming into this server. He answers back with a flawless sequence to keep the hope alive. The underdog is refusing to just pack it up and go home. And that's it. Vortex closes out the series with a fierce final encounter to seal the victory. He just showed why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Ignis pushed him to the limit, but he was just too clean in the end. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Mapas for a great duel. What an absolute brawl to start the match. Phantom barely escapes that exchange alive. Our number 1 rated player is starting strong. Phantom has really held the upper hand historically, winning about 61% of their total encounters. It's clear that familiarity is playing a role here. If he can keep this pace, he'll likely push a very dominant lead before the break. He is simply on another level right now, taking total control of the server. The top-rated player in the league is making his presence felt. Absolutely untouchable. He's putting on a clinic to open up a 5-round lead. He is certainly justifying that number 1 spot on the ladder. Vortex gets the better angle from the ramp to put 1 on the board. Phantom quickly regained control from the ramp, showing he can't be shaken by a single lost round. Vortex has a strong positive record of 22-14 over the last day. He's definitely carrying that energy into this series. He's showing that he can trade blows with the top seed, making this a much closer fight than the rankings suggest. Vortex is on fire, cleaning him right off the ramp to keep this run going. That's a huge shift in energy for the underdog. He shuts down that momentum instantly to reclaim his lead. He's really showing his depth of experience today. It is 8-4 for Phantom heading into the switch. Well, this is definitely an unexpected start. Despite being viewed as the underdog coming into this, Phantom is comfortably ahead in this first half. Time to dig deep for Vortex. Vortex is narrowing the gap to 5-8 now. He's really starting to look like a threat tonight. Phantom makes quick work of that engagement, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback right now. Phantom stays firm at 9-6, keeping his lead. Vortex is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the world's best. He's not backing down, securing another point to keep the pressure mounting. It's becoming a lot harder for the favorite to stay composed. Phantom pushes the lead to 10-7 with a clean win. A huge 28-8 run today gives him an incredible amount of confidence. The gap is widening again. He's really putting the pressure on here. The favorite is taking full control of the pace right now. Vortex just needed one more quick exchange to prove this isn't a one-sided affair. He's certainly got the skill to make this a real contest. What a statement! He takes control from the ramp and moves within a single point of victory. That was a lightning fast strike to keep the hope alive for the challenger. Vortex is definitely refusing to go down without a fight. Game over! He shuts the door with a lethal strike from the ramp. He just looked way too comfortable on this specific map. He's clearly the boss of this surface. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Ignis and Phantom, where the top seed looks very strong today. What a frantic opening exchange, Ignis barely walks away from that firefight alive. A surprising start for the heavy favorite to overcome. Phantom is normally a wall in these matches, but he's looking very vulnerable right now. It's a stark contrast to that 13-8 win they shared recently. Phantom enters this match with an incredible 29-8 record over the last day. That level of momentum explains why he's barely feeling the pressure right now. If Ignis can't find a way to break that pace, this could get one-sided very quickly. Ignis is just dominating, cruising to a 4-1 lead. He's really putting his top-seeded status on the line right now. A huge swing in momentum as he secures another victory, putting the score at 5-1. This is a shocking turnaround given the history between these two. A total shutdown as he picks Phantom right off the ramp. It's a complete reversal of their typical head-to-head history. Phantom gets his first win of the half to keep things interesting. He's definitely leaning on that overall map experience now. Ignis is currently struggling through a very rough patch, having gone 431 in the last 24 hours. So yeah, those consecutive losses are clearly weighing on him today. It will be interesting to see if the world number 1 can fully reclaim control of the map. Ignis gets the drop on him from the ramp and he's really building a serious cushion here. Absolute nightmare for the top ranked player on the server. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is just an incredible shift from someone who normally loses nearly 90% of his duels against Phantom. We are looking at a potential massive upset here. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Ignis is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. It's quite a surprise seeing the best player on the ladder struggle. Ignis is simply outclassing him in these exchanges, taking full control of the pace. It's a complete nightmare for the top-rated player right now. Phantom finally answers back, though he's still staring down a steep hill to climb. He's desperately trying to regain the dominance he usually shows here. He makes quick work of that exchange to put himself just one round away from victory. His confidence is soaring after such a rough start to the week. A fast react there to prevent an immediate conclusion to this set. He's still fighting for a glimpse of the dominance he usually holds. A little bit of hope for the higher seed now. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked player to be in. He keeps the heat coming, picking up another effortless win to stay in the game. Unreal, he barely clings to life with just 5 HP to keep the rally going. That was a desperate scramble to secure the round. He just can't be stopped right now, securing his 5th straight win from the Tetris. He's finally starting to look like that top-tier threat again. What a finish! Ignis closes the door and secures the victory. He finally managed to put the world's best on their heels for a full set. Just a massive performance under pressure. What a fight! Welcome everyone! We're on orange today as Vortex takes on Ignis, though the top-seeded favorite looks strong here. Vortex has been a nightmare for this opponent, leading their head-to-head rivalry 182-37. It's no surprise that the gap in the rankings is showing up in these opening exchanges. We have to see if Ignis can find some answers quickly. Vortex is just cruising right now with that 2-0 lead. He is definitely putting that top 2 ranking on display. Completely untouchable. He's just steamrolling through these early rounds. The number 2 ranked player is making this look easy. He is simply in a different league right now, extending the streak to 4. Ignis really needs to turn things around after a rough day. He's playing at a scary level right now, securing another effortless point. The gap in the ladder is practically yawning open right now. Absolute control from the top seed, keeping the pressure on with a perfect set of 6. It's tough to see his recent slide, having dropped 25 of 35 games today. What a fight! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Ignis barely survives that chaos. He really needed to dig deep there to keep this series alive. Ignis has an incredibly tough day with a 530 record over the last 24 hours. He's showing some serious mental fortitude by clawing back into this. I wonder if he can actually flip the script and push this into a real series. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another clean win to keep this rally going. Vortex answers back and puts a stop to the run from his opponent. He's showing why he holds that high seed in the ladder. Vortex goes into the break, leading 8-4. Well, the results are mirroring the pre-match predictions. Ignis showed a bit of spirit with that 4-round run, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle here. Fresh start for both guys now. Ignis manages to narrow the gap to 8-5. That was a lightning fast exchange to get back on the board. He's refusing to back down, scoring another clean point to narrow that distance further. This is a huge look for the lower ranked challenger. Vortex regains some breathing room to lead it 9-6. The number 2 ranked pro is clearly refusing to let this slip. He's staying tenacious, fighting back to get within 2 rounds of the lead. The underdog is definitely starting to find his footing in this match. Vortex pulls ahead once more, moving his lead to 10-7. He's looking consistent after a tough loss to Phantom. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, refusing to let any momentum swing back toward his opponent. The experience gap is really showing up in the late game. He is fighting back again, and this is starting to look like a genuine contest. He's showing some surprising grit given the rating gap between them. Vortex is just 1 round away from shutting this series down. The composure here really separates the top tier from the rest. And that's it. Vortex closes out the series with a decisive final shot. He keeps that dominant aura of dominance over his rival, firmly shutting the door on any hopes of an upset. Welcome everyone! We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Vortex comes out swinging, taking control from the ramp to get an early lead. An interesting start for the top seed on the ladder. Phantom quickly answers back, claiming his ground on that ramp to tie things up. The world number 1 is starting to show why he's on top. Phantom really owns this matchup with a career win rate of 63%. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle the pressure against Vortex. He's comfortably in control of the pace right now. Absolute perfection from that side. He's completely taken over the map. A familiar sight, given how the last duel played out. He's simply too fast, extending that streak to 4 with an effortless kill. This looks like a total repeat of their last encounter. Vortex is showing some real grit, putting on a clinical display from the ramp to halt the bleeding. He's fighting through the pressure as the clear underdog in this series. What a chaotic exchange! Both players were trading hits, but he manages to scrap through to make it 3-4. He is completely unstoppable right now, leveling the score in a flash. Phantom manages to shut things down, picking him right off the ramp. The world number 1 is definitely finding his gear today. He just can't be shaken, squaring the series up in an instant. Phantom holds a narrow edge now, leading 6-5. He's really putting that rank 1 confidence on display. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely capitalizing on that 68% map win rate here. We expected the favorite to hold the line, but the underdog is putting up a serious fight. Time to see if Vortex can push back. Phantom has stayed incredibly consistent with the 27-9 record over the last day. It's no surprise he's dominating the flow of this series. He's playing with a lot of poise right now. A tight battle from the ramp, but he manages to scrape out another win. That was a much scrappier fight than the last few. Phantom is really pulling away now, sitting at 9. His head-to-head dominance over the years is starting to weigh heavy. Vortex looks sharp here, securing a quick point to keep this contest alive. A gutsy response to keep his hopes alive. Phantom safely in the driver's seat at 10-7. The top spot on the ladder is simply refusing to buckle. Phantom continues to look lethal from the ramp, really piling on the pressure now. It's becoming a real uphill battle for the number 2 seed. Phantom secures another win from the wine box and now stands just 1 round away from victory. He's really capitalizing on that gap in the server rankings. Unreal, he survives the heavy fire to close it out and take the win. A strong performance from the top seed to keep that ranking firmly in place. He's just on another level right now. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Ignis taking on the top-ranked Phantom in this exciting 1v1 clash. Phantom is absolutely dominating this rivalry with 150 total wins over Ignis. It's no surprise we're seeing that translate to a strong start here. We just have to see if Ignis can repeat his latest victory against this opponent. He's simply too fast, walking away with another win to put a firm grip on this opening set. He's completely unstoppable right now, taking full control of the early game. He's just classing everyone right now, extending the streak to 5. His recent form has been a nightmare, going 530 over the last day. He just shuts everything down, picking Ignis right off the box for a total blowout. The world #1 is putting on a clinic right now. Ignis finally gets a response, knocking Phantom right off the box. A solid reminder that the underdogs can definitely find a way. Phantom has had an incredible 28-9 run today, but that hasn't stopped Ignis from digging in his heels here. It's interesting to see the rating gap shrink as we move into the mid-game. We'll see if this shift in momentum holds. He's on fire now, taking his 3rd straight round without breaking a sweat. Ignis is proving that the gap in their skill levels isn't always a factor. A quick exchange and he manages to secure another one, pushing his lead to 7. The top seed is proving far too consistent today. Ignis is really struggling to close the gap at 3-8. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this matches the script exactly. The #1 seed is just way too sharp on this map and is keeping Ignis at arm's length. Time to swap and restart. Phantom is just cruising now with a 9-4 lead. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. Ignis claws back a bit, making it 5-9. He's definitely fighting to keep his head in this one. Phantom is moving fast, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback here. These exchanges are happening in a heartbeat. Phantom is just too quick for him. A total shutdown, putting him just a single point away from victory. He's putting on a show for his home crowd today. A high ground showdown, but Ignis comes out on top to delay the inevitable. He's refusing to just let the match end without a fight. Another huge pick for Ignis, catching his opponent completely off the Tetris. The pressure is starting to build on the favored side. He manages to secure another round from the box, keeping the dream alive. The momentum has completely shifted away from the tournament favorite. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on the comeback attempt and secures the series. He really just solidified that gap today, showing exactly why he's sitting at the top of the mountain right now. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Vortex and Ignis facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Vortex has a massive head-to-head edge, winning about 83% of their previous encounters. It's no surprise then that we're seeing the higher rated player assert control early. We'll see if Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. Vortex is comfortably ahead with a 2-1 lead. He certainly got the upper hand in terms of current form. Things are staying incredibly tight here, and Ignis is doing just fine keeping pace with the favorite. Vortex pushes the lead to 3-2 after a solid round. Vortex extends his lead to 4-2 with that play. The gap in their current form is starting to show. He's just totally shut him down, extending that win streak to 3. The gap in their rankings is becoming very apparent. Ignis answers back instantly with a perfect shot, proving he's not going to fade away. Ignis has struggled immensely today, with only 5 wins over his last 30 attempts. The consistency just isn't there compared to someone of Vortex's caliber. Now the big question is whether he can pull himself out of this slump before the match slips away. Vortex is just dominating now, sitting pretty at 7-4. Coming into this, he really looked like the underdog on paper. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how books saw this going. The skill gap is obvious, and he's just playing a cleaner game than Ignis right now. Let's see if Ignis finds his rhythm. Vortex keeps the pressure on, now leading 9-4. The difference in their rankings is showing every exchange. Ignis claws one back, narrowing it to 9-5. He is clearly not content with a simple defeat. Ignis is suddenly on a roll, picking up a second straight round to keep things interesting. He's fighting through a rough 5:30 stretch from today. What a crazy exchange. Both players were nearly empty, but Vortex managed to scramble through with a sliver of health. Vortex stays in the driver's seat at 10-7. That's a surprisingly stubborn effort from the lower-seeded player. We're seeing a total lack of momentum for Ignis as he just can't string these wins together. He's putting his superior rating on full display right now. A total shutdown. He's just one round away from closing the door. This victory is just another chapter in a very one-sided rivalry. Game over. A perfectly clean finishing touch to seal the deal for Vortex. Just look at that reaction time on the fastest kill. Practically an instant delete. He really owned this series. Welcome everyone, we are on Red Line today for an exciting showdown between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom holds a substantial lead in their long-term head-to-head record, winning over 60% of their games. But that history is usually written in their favor. It will be interesting to see if that confidence stays high as this set progresses. Vortex is really heating up now, leading 2-1. He's showing a lot of resilience despite being the underdog here. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, securing that lead with a very quick reaction. Vortex pushes ahead again, now clutching a 3-2 lead. Phantom's overall win rate on this map definitely gives him an advantage. Phantom fights back to a dead heat at 3-all. The best player on the ladder is proving his class right now. A frighteningly fast response there, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. An absolutely clean sequence from the boxes, and that's 4 straight for Phantom. He's simply on another level right now, taking his 5th straight round without taking a single hit. A lightning fast reflex there to get back into this match. He's showing a bit more grit than the odds suggested. Phantom has put up a massive 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that energy into this specific duel. If he can keep the pressure high, we might see another one-sided result for the top seed. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, Vortex was expected to take this comfortably, but the rankings aren't reflecting the match today. He's playing very strong as the supposed underdog. He finds his target and drops Phantom right off the Tetris to start the second half. The gap in their rankings isn't providing much shelter right now. He secures another one from the ramp, bringing the score back to a dead even 7 apiece. The momentum shift is becoming impossible to ignore. He manages another clean shot from the ramp, taking command of the series for the first time. Everything is shifting for the higher rated seed in this set. Phantom answers back quickly to bring the series level. He's currently riding a wave of confidence from that recent 13-8 victory. He completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp, taking a slim lead in the series. A really steady hand from him to reclaim the lead. They're just trading blows at this point, and the tension is peaking as they stay neck and neck. Both of these competitors are playing at a world-class level. Phantom edges ahead, now leading 10-9. He's proving exactly why he holds that top spot on the ladder. What a fight! Vortex manages to secure this one from the ramp and brings the series back to a dead even 10-all. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded competitor now. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, really asserting his control as the match enters its final stages. Phantom secures the edge from the Tetris, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. What a play! He forces another tie-up from the ramp to keep the dream alive. A massive blow to his composure right there. Unbelievable. He manages to force the series into a deadlock, and we are officially headed to overtime. Vortex is simply refusing to back down, taking control from the ramp to secure a 3rd straight round. A stunning flip in fortunes for a lower seeded player. Phantom shuts that down instantly from the ramp, bringing this series back to a dead heat.
A high-stakes clash between the two top-ranked stars in the world. Phantom really knows how to use that ramp to shut everything down. He's really putting that #1 rating on display. He is absolutely on fire right now, moving into a commanding position in this overtime stretch. That's a huge shift in the energy of this set. A total shutdown from the underdog, keeping this fight alive when he needed it most. Incredible poise from Vortex to seize another round and put himself just one step away from victory. That was a textbook example of staying calm under pressure. Vortex surges ahead by a single point now. Absolute chaos. Now we are locked at 16 all. Vortex takes the lead, putting him up 17-16. It's a total reversal of how this game was projected to go. Vortex is pulling away with an 18-16 cushion. It is a complete collapse from the side that was supposed to dominate. Vortex is cruising now with a free round advantage. He just refuses to be out-muscled today, completely defying the odds makers in a legendary overtime grind. What a performance! Welcome everyone to the arena. Ignis and Phantom are ready for a great duel, though Phantom enters as the strong favorite. Phantom is proving why he's the top seed, cleaning up Ignis right off that ramp. He looks every bit the top seed early on. Ignis is fighting back. He manages to clear out Phantom right off the Tetris to even things up. A complete shift from that dominant 13-8 result in their last meeting. Phantom has won 87% of their lifetime matchups, making this a historically one-sided rivalry. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into today. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to break that hold. Phantom holds a slim lead as we enter round 5. It's a brave start for the rank 25 player.
The momentum has completely swung toward Ignis, who is now putting some serious pressure on the world number 1. What a scramble! He barely clings on for a third straight victory in a total slugfest. He's completely reversing the trend from their last 3 head-to-heads. Phantom answers back from the Tetris, bringing the score level. The top seed looks much more composed now. Ignis just edged ahead, taking a narrow lead into round 9. The lower rated player is really putting him in a tough spot. Phantom just secured the top ground and cleaned him up from that Tetris spot. That high rank really counts when the pressure mounts. Ignis just completely ignored that height disadvantage and burned him right off the Tetris. He is putting in an incredible shift after that rough set against Vortex. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing the role of the spoiler perfectly right now. It's a huge shock to see the world number 1 trailing in the first half. Time to see if the trend holds. Ignis has completely flipped the script today, despite having a losing record of 5-29 in the last day. It's quite the turnaround considering he walked into this match coming off 3 consecutive losses. He is really finding his stride at exactly the right time. Ignis is just relentless right now, popping Phantom right off the Tetris to keep the streak alive. Phantom's run today is finally hitting a wall. Ignis is putting a serious grip on this game at 9-6. It's a strong showing for the league leader tonight. Ignis just caught him sleeping on the box and is now staring down a very plausible upset. Ignis is simply outreacting him today, just now dragging Phantom right off the box. He walks away without a scratch, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His recent struggle today is certainly starting to show. Phantom secures a crucial round, halting that run to keep his hopes alive. He's desperately trying to pull things back into the expected script. Phantom just took complete control from the box to keep this battle alive. It feels like we're finally seeing that expected gap in skill. Another effortless win for the favorite, who's now locked into a 3-round tear. The momentum shift is real for the world leader right now. He just can't be stopped, picking up another one in an instant to keep this rally going. Absolute mayhem. Ignis secures the final kill to close out a massive upset over the world number 1. He just proved that the ranking doesn't tell the whole story tonight. Just a legendary performance to shake things up. What a fight!
Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Vortex and Ignis facing off, with the top-seeded favorite looking to dominate today. Vortex gets the early lead, cleaning up that first exchange from the ramp. Vortex has certainly owned the head-to-head matchups in the past. Ignis is reacting quickly, completely shutting down that high ground attempt. A real grit and grind effort from a player currently outside the top 20. Ignis is really finding an opening here, taking control from the ramp to stretch that lead. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a third consecutive win. Vortex responds quickly with a clean finish to keep the score close. A welcome return to form for the second-ranked player. Vortex is really capitalizing on those high angles to keep the pressure on. A sheer display of speed from him as the streak hits 3. His recent form has been a stark contrast to the struggle Ignis is facing. He just completely outclassed his opponent from the ramp to push the lead to 5-3. He's just completely unstoppable right now, keeping his footing on the ramp for another win. A massive gap in individual skill is becoming obvious. Ignis manages to pull him down from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this series competitive. He's certainly playing like a man with nothing to lose today. He holds a strong advantage from the toolbox, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. The underdog is putting up a serious fight here. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's maintaining the advantage as projected, though it's a lot tighter than the head-to-head history suggests. Ignis is definitely keeping things interesting right now. Let's see how the swap plays out. He secures the point from the ramp, refusing to back down. That completely neutralizes the momentum shift. He's really putting his confidence on display right now. Vortex has converted an incredible 83% of their matchups against this opponent historically, and looking at the current score, it seems he's regaining that control. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find another gear before he falls too far behind. The resilience is showing as he forces a dead heat, bringing the series back to a tie. The favorite is officially on the ropes now. Vortex barely edges ahead, regaining a slim 1-round lead. Looking at the recent logs, his opponent has really struggled to close sets today. He just won't quit, knocking Vortex off that wine box to bring us completely level at 9-9. A total reversal of the expected dynamic here. Vortex jumps ahead by 1, currently leading 10-9. Vortex proves too strong here, picking him off the wine box as he builds a narrow 2-round cushion. He's really asserting that rank advantage at the critical moment. What a frantic exchange! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to move within 1 of the finish. That was an incredibly tight exchange to close out. And that's it. He secures the map with the final burst, taking it home 39. Ignis really pushed the pace late, but that early surge from the favorite just proved too much to overcome. What a fight!
Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Vortex taking on Phantom in a battle where the favorite faces a serious challenge. Phantom is the clear leader in this head-to-head rivalry with over 2,500 wins, and looking at how those numbers stack up, he really owns this particular matchup. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that history into another win today. Phantom is comfortably in the driver's seat right now. Vortex is showing why he's currently second on the ladder. Phantom is playing with such a fast pace right now. He's not giving Vortex any time to react. The world number one is making a statement here. Phantom is just dominating, holding a massive 4-1 lead. Just a stark contrast to how he performed in their last meeting. Absolute lightning reaction, that's 3 in a row for the top seed. He's completely outclassing his opponent, securing another flawless round to keep the streak alive. Vortex answers back with a clean victory to keep things interesting. He's looking to build on that recent victory in their last outing. Vortex is really finding his stride now, putting together a 22-14 days so far. You know, clearly moving this momentum from his previous games straight into this server. Now the pressure is shifting to the top seed to find an answer. Phantom maintains a firm grip with a 7-4 lead. It's definitely getting tighter as the underdog pushes back. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, it's surprising to see the underdog in control here. Vortex has to adjust quickly if he wants to avoid an upset. Fresh start, let's get into it. Phantom holds a slim 3-round cushion at 8-5. A quick recovery from him to shut that down. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Phantom's extending his lead to 9-5 right now. He's showing exactly why he currently sits at the top of our rating. Vortex isn't letting the gap widen too far. He's hanging in there and staying competitive. Phantom is feeling the heat after those losses to Ignis and Vortex. Phantom has pushed his advantage further, sitting at 10-6. He seems to be mirroring that efficiency we saw in his 13-8 win over Ignis. Vortex is really aggressive here, completely erasing Phantom from that high ground in the blink of an eye. What a piece of work, he's simply refusing to back down, putting together another strong round. This is a dangerous spot for the favorite to be in. He is completely on fire, closing the gap even further with another fast win. Unbelievable. He's erased the entire lead and leveled the playing field at 10-all. Absolute chaos. Now everything is back on the table. What an insane scrap. He nearly went down but secures the 5th straight to take the lead. A truly gripping turnaround as the momentum has completely flipped. He's simply on another level right now, securing a 6th straight round to put himself 1 away from victory. Unbelievable! He shuts the door on this match, completing a stunning rally to take the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script on this rivalry tonight. That's a massive statement for the number 2 seed. What a fight!
Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Phantom facing off on orange, with the heavy favorite looking to dominate today. Phantom has historically been a nightmare for Ignis, winning 87% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear why the oddsmakers had him as such a heavy favorite today. The real question is whether Ignis can actually put a stop to that trend. Phantom's in control, holding a slim 2-1 lead. He has definitely had a tougher run today with a 5-30 record. Phantom is starting to build some serious momentum here, really putting the pressure on. A strong showing from the league's top-rated players so far. Phantom is just runaway train right now, leading 4-1. The world number 1 is firmly in control of the server. Absolutely effortless. He just keeps stacking these rounds up. He's looking very sharp after a solid 26-11 run today. A quick response there from Ignis, getting the upper hand to pull one back. Ignis has been struggling quite a bit today. He's sitting on a 5-30 record across his matches. He's fighting uphill right now, so he'll need to find a spark if he wants to avoid another landslide. Phantom stays comfortably ahead, leading 6-3 now. A nice throwback to that recent victory over the world number 1. He's showing some serious grit, securing another point to keep the rally alive. He's proving he can compete with the best in this league. Phantom just extends his cushion to a 7-4 lead. His all-time win rate reflects exactly how dominating he's been today. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, this is exactly what the numbers predicted. He looks a cut above today, and the gap in skill is really showing on this map. Let's see if Ignis can shake it off. Phantom is cruising, now holding an 8-5 advantage. Ignis is clearly feeling a bit more confident after that win on Blame map earlier. Phantom's really pulling away now with the 9-5 lead. He's really capitalizing on that rating gap right now. Phantom is starting to really distance himself here, leaving Ignis with the mountain to climb. He's just too fast, putting an end to that brief rally from his opponent. The gap between them is just too vast. He managed to come out on top in that exchange to get back on the board. That was pure precision. Phantom is now just one round away from securing the victory. He's certainly living up to that high seed today. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final strike to secure the series. He just looks fundamentally stronger on this particular map. Ignis fought well, but he couldn't find an answer for that level of play. Welcome to Italy. Vortex and Ignis are stepping into the arena to see who comes out on top today. Vortex has an incredible 83% historical win rate against this opponent. It's no surprise to see him starting strong given how much he's dominated this pairing in the past. The big question is if Ignis can find any answer to that pressure today. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The ladder placement is certainly playing a role in this series. That was way too fast. Ignis is really trading blows with him right now. Vortex secures that lead with a nice read from the wine. His momentum is carrying over from that 13-10 win against Phantom. Ignis fights back to tie it up at 3-all. It's surprising to see this much resistance given that huge rating gap. Ignis is officially in the driver's seat at 4-3. He's fighting through some tough recent form to put up this fight. This has completely leveled out. Neither one is giving an inch as they head into the latter half of the set. Vortex claws back the lead to make it 5-4. He is definitely the more dangerous man on the ladder right now. He's on a tear right now, taking another one without breaking a sweat. He just can't be stopped, extending this run to 4 straight wins. That's a brutal way to enter the halfway mark for his opponent. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, this is basically how we expected things to go. The top seed is outperforming his opponent, though Ignis is keeping the score respectable for now. Time to see who's sharper now. Vortex has been in a league of his own today, boasting a 23-13 record across the board so far. I mean, he is just consistently outclassing almost everyone he has faced. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to break this momentum. He's simply too fast today, extending that run to 3 straight. The rating difference is becoming painfully obvious now. A quick response here to snap the momentum and get a round back. Vortex is putting on a clinic here. He's just a few steps away from wrapping this series up. Ignis keeps this contest alive by keeping the pressure up and refusing to let the lead slip further. Ignis has a surprising bit of momentum here, but he's still got a bit of a mountain to climb. Unreal, he's completely taken over now, securing another effortless win to tighten this gap. He's simply on fire, continuing a relentless surge toward the finish line. That's a huge point secured, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The overall favorite is finally asserting himself again. What a finish. Vortex closes it out from the wine to secure the victory. Ignis really stepped up today and pushed him way further than we expected. He just couldn't seal the deal in those final moments. What a fight!
Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a huge match between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground. Phantom historically controls this matchup with 2,516 all-time wins over Vortex. It's interesting because the odds actually favored Vortex coming into this. Now we'll see if that historical edge can translate into a lead here. Vortex is staring down a commanding lead right now. He's currently riding a 4-game wave of momentum. Absolutely effortless. That's another clean sweep for the man on top. A hard-fought exchange here, and Phantom manages to come out on top. The world number 1 is finally showing up. We're all squared up now as they head into round 7. Seeing that dominance from the top-rated player in the league, Vortex edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 8. He's truly in top form lately, having won 4 straight recently. Phantom really punished that high ground effort. That was a quick read on the Tetris. He's definitely showing that world number 1 pedigree. Phantom claws back to a narrow lead heading into round 9. It's rare to see the favorite start a map this comfortably. He's absolutely cruising right now, picking up another win without losing a single hit of health. Vortex answers back and keeps things tight right before the mid-match break. A tough test for the top seed right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it looks like he's ignoring the pre-match hype. Despite the pressure, the top seed is outperforming the favorite in this series. Vortex needs to wake up now. Phantom has been maintaining a steady pace today with a 25-11 record. I mean, it is a strong start. But the real story is how he's managing to outplay Vortex despite the high expectations on the other side. He's looking incredibly composed in this series. He just tore through the defense to drag Vortex off the box and widen this gap. Almost effortless, he's just not letting anything slide. Unbelievable. Vortex holds on by a thread, surviving with just 2 health to secure that point. Pure desperation, but he managed to scrap that point back. Phantom was just too quick on the ramp, and he's really putting the squeeze on Vortex now. The top seed is simply refusing to let this slip away. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, picking that shot perfectly to knock Phantom off the Tetris. Vortex is putting up a fight, chipping away at that lead with some very quick reactions. Vortex really seems to have his number in these latest encounters. Another perfect round for the underdog, continuing this incredible charge back into the game. He shuts down the comeback by catching him on the box, putting himself just 1 point from victory. The pressure is mounting, but his nerves look completely steady. He digs deep to secure another round from the box, keeping his hopes alive. Game over! Phantom puts it all away with a flawless final sequence. He really held his nerve there. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just wouldn't break. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Ignis and Phantom are ready to go, though the favorite looks strong today. Ignis claims an early lead, but it's a huge mountain for him to climb against the world number 1. Ignis is just ignoring the history books right now, taking total control from the toolbox. Phantom manages to find the open target and pulls him right off the ramp. He certainly got the historical advantage in these types of meetings. Unbelievable. He scrapes through a brutal fight on the ramp with a tiny sliver of health left. The top-seeded guy is really struggling to find his footing here. Phantom just shuts him down from above. It's a tight battle, but the world number 1 is starting to assert himself. The 1-1 seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable. That was a lightning-fast exchange on the ramp, and Ignis is really putting on the pressure early. He's really defying the odds in this series. Ignis holds a narrow 1-round edge at 4-3. Both of them are coming off a tough clash just moments ago. Phantom is just too quick for him right now, catching him right as he tried to hold that ramp. A complete deadlock as we head toward the break. Phantom is on fire now, clearing the ramp for his 3rd straight victory. The disparity in their head-to-head record is really starting to show. Ignis gets the better of him on the ramp to tie things up at 5-5. Neither player seems to have a permanent grip on this one. Phantom takes a slender 1-round lead here. He's coming into this map with a huge amount of confidence after his run today. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, it's a fairly expected result so far. He has a massive historical edge over Ignis, and he's certainly proving that with the slight lead. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis puts a stop to that run, holding the high ground on the toolbox to tie this right up. He's fighting a tough battle against the world's best right now. Phantom is entering this stretch with 26 wins today, and that high level of confidence is clearly translating to the scoreboard. He's consistently outclassed Ignis in their long-term rivalry, and it's starting to feel like the inevitable outcome is approaching. Phantom really likes that vantage point. He's just too sharp whenever he gets his feet on the ramp. Phantom is simply refusing to give an inch right now, claiming another one from the ramp. His lead is looking even more definitive now. He's simply too powerful right now, cleaning up from the wine box to extend his lead to 11-7. He's really showcasing a class difference with that rating advantage. Phantom just puts the pressure on, taking control of the match point after another huge round. A relentless sequence of rounds from the top seed. Ignis manages to find the opening and takes him right off the ramp. A huge spark of life from him, right when things looked bleak. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with an effortless shot to take the victory. Ignis really tried his best to keep pace, but he just couldn't hold his ground for long. He's had a rough run of games lately, and that's just continuing here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today as Vortex takes on Ignis in this 1v1 duel. Vortex holds a massive 186-37 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's just an absolute nightmare for Ignis to deal with. Let's see if Ignis can finally break that cycle tonight. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Ignis is really struggling to find a spark today. Ignis is really playing his game here, quickly cleaning up Vortex from the Tetris. A surprising turnaround given how tough it's been for him today. Vortex is just too sharp today, picking him right off that ramp for the lead. He's really capitalizing on that skill gap today. Vortex pushes the lead further, now sitting at 4-2. He holds the high ground on those boxes to keep this streak alive. The class difference on the ladder is staring him right in the face. He's refusing to go away, putting up a fight to keep this close. He needed that one to stay in the game. What a response from Ignis, picking him off those boxes to close the gap. The favorite is looking far more vulnerable than we expected. Vortex secures that advantage from the boxes to keep his lead comfortable. The difference in current form is really starting to show here. Ignis has been struggling immensely lately with a 530 record over the last day, while that low confidence is clearly spilling over into this server. We're seeing a complete collapse in form from him as Vortex looks for the finish. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Right? The top seed is comfortably in charge here. He's simply outclassing Ignis, though we're still seeing some resistance from the underdog. Vortex just extended his grip to 8-5. He's really showing that gap in the ladder rankings tonight. That's another quick one for Ignis, who looks completely unscathed after that exchange. A quick reflexive snap that definitely swings the energy back. He's refusing to fold, digging in to narrow this gap further. The high-seeded side is suddenly on their heels. He just clears the map with another shot, dragging the series back to a dead heat at 8-8. He's completely taken over this match, picking his opponent off the containers to claim a 4th straight. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed. Vortex finds a way to bring things level, catching him right off the ramp. The world rank 2 is finally putting his weight around. Ignis just refuses to quit, tracking him down and knocking him off those boxes to take the lead. The script has completely flipped for the higher rated player. Unbelievable. Vortex fights back to a 10-10 deadlock. Both players have a nearly identical win percentage on this specific map. He just doesn't give up, dropping another on the boxes to keep this rally going. These two are trading rounds back and forth, completely locked in a stalemate right now. He's managing a 23-13 record throughout this marathon day. The momentum shift is incredible, as Ignis just shuts down the favorite to hit match point. The pressure is fully on the world number 2 now. What an answer! He keeps his composure to force this clash into overtime. He's definitely showing why he's a top 2 player in the league. Absolutely lethal response as he catches the opponent right off those center containers. That was a lightning fast exchange for the map point. Vortex shuts that down instantly from the ramp to keep the pressure high. total deadlock as we head into the final push. Vortex is on a roll now, using that ramp angle to put himself in a very strong position. He's looking very composed after that narrow defeat to Phantom. Ignis just keeps fighting back, erasing that earlier deficit to pull us all the way back to a dead heat. Just a total grind for both of them now. Ignis claws his way back into the lead, showing an incredible level of grit to reach match point. What a finish! Ignis closes the door and claims the victory. He just completely defied the odds today, proving that those historical streaks don't mean a thing once the server is live. What a fight!